There we go. How are you all doing? I think the music's good. Everything should be good. Let me go ahead and start that timer. Hi everyone. How are you all doing? Oh, Kiyoki, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. And welcome Bob Tommit. I don't think I've seen that name before either. Hi. And hi Samuke. Welcome back. And hold on, let me scroll back up. welcome Ferris. Looks like he did end up getting first. Hi. And welcome Hollow as well, and Sek. Hello. It's nice to see you all here. As for that Bob you saw earlier, that was a color variant, you know, like a shiny version. How about we just tack it up to that? A shiny variant like Pokemon. How are you all doing today, though? It hasn't been too long. Some of you were here yesterday. I do know I have seen some familiar faces and some new ones as well. And hi. Did I say your name right? Kiyoki? Is that how you say it? It sounds Japanese if I had to guess. And hi, Escobar. Welcome to stream. I hope you're all doing well. Hold on. Where did my glove go? Oh, no. Oh, no, we're good. I kept it in my pocket. That's nice. This stream I'm excited for, though. It was a little bit of I didn't have too much prep time. If need be, I can always go grab more examples, but I think animation is something that you need a lot of, not experience in, but a lot of examples, a lot of input. You can't really do too much without seeing. I guess that's it. Seeing is believing, isn't it? And pockets are a nifty thing, aren't they? If I had to live in a world without pockets, I don't know if I'd be here. Pockets are nice and handy and dandy, and oh man, can't live without them anymore. And I've realized as well, hold on, 12, I forgot to pull up a screen. Have any of you ever done animation though before? I'm oh so curious to know. I know the topic is, some people know, some people don't, and at the very least, they kind of do it, kind of don't. And hold on, but now I've seen that name before. Welcome back. And there's a really nice animation thingy from Riot Games. Is there? Hold on, I would like to pull that up if I can, just for later at the very least. Riot Games animation tips or guides or something like that. You did animation back when Flash was a thing? Oh, I remember Flash. I used to attempt to do it. The Flash days were so long ago, and okay, I do. I think I see the video you're talking about, Escobar. Animating games from home, is it called? But yeah, Flash. Oh man, that's a blast from the past. And what was it? I think the most recent or the oldest Flash game I can think of maybe is the world's hardest game. That was always fun to do. It's a shame it got shut down. And since it's in Discord, a whole playlist? Ooh, hold on. Let me see. Ice. Ah, okay. So you want to make games? That's an amazing cover image. Thank you for sending that. I will surely take a look at it, as I do love a lot. And oh, welcome to Twitch as well. I've been told this site has cookies. as so I've heard, and you have so far made 2 animations. Well, that's good. You got your toes wet. I have made animations in the past previously. Blah words. I've made it in the past previously, and I'll go over a few animations I have done, but I've never dug deep into the feel of what animation is or the study of animation. I've kind of just taken knowledge of what I've seen and snippets here and there. So hopefully today we can actually learn animation and really get into the gist of it. And hi Lex, welcome back. And hi DCat, how are you all doing? And welcome back to you as well. This is well, the thing is let me pull this up. I asked for suggestions, I believe it was the last study stream, on what topics to cover, and someone suggested UI and someone suggested wind swooshes. So I figured the way to do the wind swooshes is that we've got to learn how to do animation. So hopefully this week will be animation and next week will be wind swooshes, things like that. I'm thinking the swoosh you would do when attacking a weapon, again, which is why I did tools and weaponry for a study, and it's all coming together. But once we do that, then we'll study some UI things. I think that could be a lot of fun. Episode 6 is the one with the animation. Got ya. Wonderful. I will keep that in mind then. Episode 6. EPISODE 6. There we go. And you have a cute, clear voice. Thank you, Pars, and welcome back. I hope you've been well. And good, but deaf better now? Lovely. That's always lovely to hear, Lusk. It's sometimes you have the good days, sometimes you have the bad days, but I appreciate you being here nonetheless. It is a wonder seeing so many people hear us. Sometimes I think to myself, is this gonna be a worthy of a stream? Can I go 4 hours doing this one thing and then I realize I can do it? If I asked to talk about something specifically, I can go on for a little bit. But I want me going on to be just a bit meaningful, not just idle randomly, rambling that is useful. That's always my hope. And you used to make a really short stop motion animations as well. You tried animating on Flip-A-Card. Flip-A-Card is something I used to try to do a lot as well. I like art and I like the idea of animating. So animating with Flip-A-Card, I used to do it with Flash, I think on Adobe or something. I even took some animation classes that I didn't end up actually going to. But animation's always been a topic I've enjoyed. And the lore. Of course, the lore. There's lore everywhere you look. That UI video you sent a while back will be very useful. If you're just going through it off stream in your time since it's long, can you send it again, Hollow? Just so we're on the same track. Sometimes I save things, but then I don't remember where I saved it at. So if you don't mind, if you could send it again, that way I can double check that that's the thing I'm thinking of. I have a lot of different things saved, but sometimes. This is why I keep a very long list of playlist things. Saying all of that though, let me bring you into today's topic of choice. And hi FML, welcome back to stream. Welcome. Here we are though. Here are today's plans. Today is a Pixelart study stream, so we're gonna go from left to right. Hello world, I'm making bowl-shaped donuts. I like to compare the animation as, well, when you do programming, you do hello world. When you start with 3D modeling, you make a donut. When you do animation, you do the bouncing ball. It's a classic. It's the introduction into things. So I figured, why not start with that? I feel like that could be a fun point to start off on, since I feel like I've done more advanced animations, but I've never actually drawn a bouncing ball and put that into effect. And you still have props you made for your stop motion animation? Ooh, that's always fun. I always try to save things, that way I can go back and look at them later and think to myself, wow, look how much things have changed, and you're late? Oh no, Trexino, you're right on time. And did I get that right? How close did I get? But saying all of that, we are going to start off with the Pixelart of the day. So let's go ahead and do that. We go into, hold on, I remember my swaps and tokens. Let's see. Here we are. And let me pull it up on my screen here so I can see it. I'm gonna put you all over here so I can see all of you. And are we good to go? Yes, I believe. Welcome to Pixelart of the Day. It is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where we spend 5 minutes attempting to take apart a pixel art I find either on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram or Pinterest or somewhere else. And in this case, it is by Baron Von Fu off of Twitter. And this is the animation here. It's either an image or something, but I try to do 5 minutes at the beginning of stream just to look at it, take it in, as I think the best way to learn a medium, be it actually, moving, like dancing or making games or drawing art, is by getting a lot of intake. You can't really produce if you're not consuming. So a lot of things come down to getting a lot of inspiration from everywhere. So the hope is that in these 5 minutes we can take apart this art, explain why we like it, why we don't like it, maybe go over some of these ideas here, as this is here if you don't know what to look at when looking at things, and let's see if we can take it apart. And that's adorable, isn't it? I really like it, but I gotta figure out why I like it. I usually just try to glance at things and not study it too much, since we do spend this section here. And let's see, should you link the video in the programming channel? Yep, that'd be wonderful. And cute crab, I do agree. And you love the cartoonish movements? I'm a fan of cartoonishness. Saying all that though, let's go ahead and start the timer. I will go ahead and reset the timer. A Zerg or a Tyrannid you cannot produce without consuming. I assume that's some horrendous creature, but I'm a refined and elegant eldritch princess, thank you very much. That's a big difference, huge difference. But that timer starts now. Alrighty, if you have any ideas on why you like it, you can start off with saying, do you like it or do you dislike it? I would say, and I would agree with Sek, I like the cartoony feel. I think that's something to note. So I'll go ahead and write down here, the cartoony feel. Now yet the extra question is, what makes it cartoony? I think it has bright colors, like the plants and the reds and the yellows. It has a bright feel to it. It feels very pop. I guess that is because of the bright feels, and would say maybe this animation, the effects, it's very emotive. How about that? E-M-O-T-I-V-E. It's very emotive, and I don't know why these look a little funny, don't they? Let me try. Oh, nope. Always trying to learn new programs. What do you all say if I can click back into the thing? There we go. You love the eyes floating? Let's take a look. If I pause here, we can also look through it. I like these guys especially. I try not to go through too many of the freeze frames, and sometimes they're smeared, but let's look. This guy, if we start back at the beginning, I tried to also find an animation that tells the story. I think that's really important depending on the animation you do. For example, you have this lady here, and let's go through it by each frame. The crab appears, her arm lights up, the crab notices her arm, she doesn't notice it yet. It's continuing to light up, crab follows the lighting, and then we go to the next one. It lights up for a second, and then, oh, she notices it. She turns to notice it. Oh, look at that hair swoosh as well. Look at that, isn't that adorable? She turns to notice it, eyes get big, then it gets big and huge. It goes up, and I'm thinking it's gonna go down maybe. Oh, no, jumps, let's see. And he jumps, he runs. This is what I mean by emotive. Look at all the little sweat marks. She runs, and yeah, it is a heavy gauntlet. It has weight. I think that's something to notice. And you love the crab freaking out and running away. I do like it too. The motive bit, I like how it tells a story. And it's telling a story of the crab is observant. Let's see, how can I write that? Crab is OBSERVE. Yes, that does not look right. Maybe like that. Crab is observant. And I don't know why these are squished together. But I'd say the crab's observant. The crab, the overall pixel art is telling a story. Crab's observant, telling a story. I like that. And let's see, a little unsettling, hold on. And right, you just don't feel the best. If you could see, you like it, clear shapes, and the coloring of the main character is really clear compared to the surroundings. Fairly expressive eyes, and the animation of the crab is spot on. Yeah, he is adorable, isn't he? So not the font. Wait, this is a fridge. Is this a fridge on the left? You are in a fridge, possibly. If I do this, oh, no, it didn't fix it. I'm so confused why, but we can figure that out later. This is a weird fun. It's usually the one I usually go with. But it reminds you of a cartoon blowing up their arm to hit harder. Yeah, that goes in line with it being a cartoony feel, doesn't it? Something, and I think that is it. I feel like it takes a lot of inspiration from cartooniness. I would say maybe, talking about the background and foreground, the background might be a little bit more dull than the character. I feel like the character and the crab are they're very bright and they stick out more than the background. And I can't check with values at the moment, but I will note that down. I do agree with that one. I'll say characters stick out from background. I really do need to figure out why this is so smushed together. You like how the movement of the character expresses the weight of the big hand. Good boy. Let's see. Weight is, you can feel the weight. Can feel the weight. I think that's a good one. Let's see. Oh, you dislike, though, is that the story's unclear to you. Did she trigger the growing hand or not? If she did, it would make sense, because maybe she wanted to hit the crab, but then she wouldn't look at it because it's like a tool. You usually do not look at that. On the other hand, if it surprises her, she snaps back to the crab as she's surprised by the movement, but that she should have happened in the crab jumping. So the animation is nice, the story's unclear to you, and the timing. Interesting. Crab plus character is kind of unsynced. And her shirt in the upper body makes it look really stiff because shadows don't move with their limbs. Interesting, let's see. The shirt, no, it doesn't, I mean, maybe what you could do is make her body jump up a little bit as this is going up. Makes her look strong. But I do like how her leg, if I go forward a little bit, you can see how as it's going down, the gauntlet, her leg goes up because it's so heavy and she's gotta reposition herself. I think there is a story to it, though. The crab notices this, or she at least sees what the crab's looking at, but she doesn't seem surprised afterwards. She's like, oh, looks like a new upgrade. Maybe that's it. I would say the storytelling is clear, but it's interesting you say it's not. And her action's also great. She doesn't seem to have full control over it, but that doesn't freak her out yet. Yeah, she seems, I'd say maybe the thing is maybe she's more of a stoic character. Her eyes get wide, but that's it. She's like, oh, maybe that's something you can write down. The emotions, let's see. Crab is scared. She is stoic. I think that's how you spell stoic. And let's see. The crab feels like he's from the area, though the shell and the character's looking for like an outsider. Yeah, I can see that, especially how the blocks in the background. Yeah, crab feels like, I'll write that down. Crab feels like an insider. Crab feels like, what word did you use? Let's see. Crab feels at home. Where's the space at? Crab feels at home. She feels like an outsider. I do agree. Outsider, and let's see. Try looking at cup animation, so not pixel art, but the animation is still fluid and everything helps with learning animation. I 100% agree. And he's a local. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, thank you. Crab is a local. That's what I was looking for. And the timer's up, so that's all. And I believe I've read everyone's. I like how the movement of the character expresses the weight. Yep, we did weight, reaction, and local, yep. And also the rocks in the foreground makes it look like a platformer. That is true. This looks like a background. This looks like the middle ground. This looks like a foreground. Either this is the, what is it? The platformer? I do get a kind of platformer feel. I'll add that as well. Platformer, foreground, middle, model, middle, and back. All right, and I will figure out why they're kind of squished together later. But for now, that's a lot of good observations. It's really good. Kind of gets you in the mind of thinking about animation, I think. Maybe we can come back at the end of stream and look at this again once we've kind of gone over animation itself and things of that nature. And I'm trying to remember, do I have my, okay, let me turn the tablet on and I will bring you now into resources and hopefully the website will work today. Let me bring you to here. So if you're on YouTube and you're watching the stream, let me click this guy here. Look at all of you right there. You can either go and let's see if it'll let me this time. You can either click this link here or I'll send it in Twitch as well, but it'll bring you to this website where I've been trying to get better at showing an organized form of resources. But here I have links to YouTube, Twitch, Discord, study playlist, and let's go through these really quickly. I've talked about it before, so I won't spend too long on it. That's the link for Twitch. The program I'm using is called Aseprite. It's a $20 program, but if you're on the computer and you want to have a pixel art program, there's also this program called Sprite, which is similar to Aseprite and I've heard a lot of good things about. If you're using mobile though, you can use Resprite, which is another paid program. I believe it is either a $20 one-time fee or you can pay monthly, or you can use Pixel Studio, which I've also heard good things about. It's also free. Aside from that, there is a study playlist, and this is just a playlist of previous pixel art studies I've done on here on YouTube. And if we go back here, these are also previous study documents I've done as well. And let's see, you can build Aseprite by yourself, so I've heard, but I don't know how to do it. I feel like that's a little super complicated, but there are options out there. I do agree, and it'll be free in this case, 100%. Because we're studying animation, you can click here on animation. The most recent one will always be down here, since we last did tools. Now we're doing animations, and I see the little adorable hearts. So if you go there, you click animation, it brings you to this Google Doc. It'll be a new something different, but for right now, it's a Google Doc. And I've tried to simplify everything as I've been going. Here, if you click the YouTube, I've gathered a collection of videos I found helpful on the topic of animation. I never try to go in blind when I do a study. If you go from top to bottom, there's some videos on just general animations, history of animations, type of animations, and as you go more towards the bottom, there's pixel art and how you might implement animation into pixel art itself. And if you click here, there's also animators I found on YouTube. That's what these guys are. So there are different pixel artists on YouTube who do different animations. For example, if you're a fan of, and I'm trying to get a little bit more descriptive here, there's Undertow and Deltarune pixel artists I was able to find. So if you need some animation inspiration, you can look at these guys here, and I think the animations are very adorable. This guy here is very simple with his animations. Well, I say simple, it's low bit, very small pixel art. So if you're going for this idea, you can use this here as inspiration. And you're not installing Visual Studios just to compile Aseprite. Yeah, it's a thing you could compile it, but at that point, if you know how to compile things, you're a little advanced. I don't know how to do that one bit. Down here, these are inspirations. These two guys I've watched, and I do recommend if you're trying to learn pixel art animation just in general. This guy has a lot of general pixel art tutorials and tips, and this guy here, if you're trying to get into character animations for attacks and things of that nature, you can follow this guy here, and he gives a lot of information on how he does different attacks, different defense, different special effects like this guy here. So if those are up your alley, I would say look at these guys here. If you don't like watching videos though, and you're more instead of a reader, what you can do is go to, for example, like this guy here. This guy has website, well, it's an article. He has an article on different different concepts, different ideas when it comes to Pixelart. For example, punches and kicks. If you're looking into doing punches and kicks, these are whole articles you can go through and read each one to get a better idea, a better feel. In this case, or this example, we're talking about animations, and this guy here has tags that you can look for. For example, if we weren't doing animations, say I wanted to do the topic of water, you can type water in there and see if he has a water tutorial, and it kind of gives you a snippet of whatever you're looking for. You saw a stream where someone was making an Undertale stream? I saw a stream of making an Undertale stream. That's an interesting one. And yes, you made Aseprite yourself before. You need to follow its GitHub instructions. Took you a couple hours. Welcome, welcome, Beetle. And yeah, it's that thing of, if you can do it, that's wonderful news. Speaking of, these two are, what is the word I'm looking for? This is optional. It's $5 to compile all of these GIFs from here. So if you want to spend the $5, you don't have to. This will give you just it in a comp and zip, but this is free. All of it's free. Aside from that, if you click here, there is this book called Pixelogic, and it is the one book, if I had to recommend it, it gives an oversight on a lot of different pixel art topics, especially this one for animation. It's a whole in-depth animation, and if you're not sure if you should get it or not, there is also a free preview, and let me pull it up as well if I can remember where I kept everything. Hold on. I gotta grab this guy here, click it, copy it, and if I go ahead and do this, I should be able to pull up, yeah, preview edition, like that. And previewing the animation, he goes over different things in frames. So if you're more of a reader and you want a good book to read on pixel art, I would recommend this book. I think it's very handy. It goes over different topics, be it animation, or be it, let's see, case studies, talks about subpixelation, which we'll get into as well. I didn't know this was a thing until I read this book, so that's why I pointed out. And you meant animation, your brain isn't braining? That's a-okay. Yeah, this guy here, I believe, has a lot of Undertale animation. So if that's your thing, yeah, if that's your thing, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Aside from that, we have this website called the Sprite Resource. If you are, well, this is a website I don't think a lot of people talk about. It is a website where people take sprites, pixel art from old games. Well, not just pixel art, but they take art from old games and they upload it to here, and then you can download that art directly. And I like using it as a place to learn. As you saw with our pixel art of the day, I couldn't really see the pixel art one-to-one. I couldn't really figure out, okay, how many pixel art sizes is this? For example, if we go back really quickly here for a second, I have to zoom in to check to see how many pixels it is. If I were to drag this into a program, I wouldn't know how big this character is, how big this animation is, because it's scaled up. So the thing I like about Sprite Resource is that you can download the assets one-to-one, and if I bring you into this really quickly, if we go back into Aseprite, you can see here this little bug guy. If I, button, where are we at? Here we go. You can see this little bug guy. If I'm hovering over it, and let me make a new layer for a second, you can see the actual, what is it called? The actual pixels. And it helps in the sense that you can get that one-to-one feel and understand, all right, this pixel went from here to here. It adds in a way to understand, I think, a little bit better, which is always nice and dandy. And this topic's way deeper than you thought. Yeah, but the hope is that we're gonna start off slow and then get into the harder things. So I hope it's not too painful to brain hurt, as it's something I've looked at, but something I'm trying to always learn a little bit better at. And let's see, okay, I do drink that. And the Sprite Resource is amazing along with the texture and model ones. Indeed, I haven't seen the texture model ones, but I might have to look into that. So if we go back here, I do have, and I've had previous games here before, I like to try to put games here that all of these games are pixel art. If we go here, Metal Slug, for example, what we'll talk about later, I try to have something that is similar to the topic. If it's about characters, I try to have games that include characters. If it's about animals, then all of these will include animals, things of that nature. And in this case, it is about animation, so I try to choose games that have detailed animation. That's what this list here is for. And I heard a sound, hold on. I don't know why it's not open, but let's give it a second, and let's see. Waki, is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to stream. Hi, consistently crying as well. And, oh, I didn't even see your name before. Red Nasha? Thank you, and welcome. And Metal Slug Sprite is a goat. I just found out about it the other day, so it's lovely. Saying all of that, though, I believe that covers everything on this resource list. Yes, indeedy. Now, if you want to join in on doing this, or you're going to do it alongside me, what you can do is join the Discord with the link from before. And on the Discord, we move back to the other screen, pulling you around around every day. Let's see. If I bring this here, I click this here. In the Discord, I have, it did show up. On the Discord, I have a section in there where you can post your studies. And at the end of stream, we'll go over to see if anyone's done any animations, and we can look at them and take part in the fact that you did do a little bit of pixel art today. I try to do these study streams as an introduction to people who are trying to get better at pixel art, want to step into pixel art, and it gives people a chance to try something new or come back to something or get their hands a little wet is the hope of this thing. I try to do new topics or topics I've never done before. So that's the idea behind all of this. And I see the little hearts, they're so cute. Saying all of that though, let's see. If I click this here, what have we talked about? We did the pixel art of the day, we did the resources. Now we talk about the 12 principles. Now, this is a little tricky, but we'll see. And hello, you have a question for you? Of course, of course. And xyloxium, is that how you say it? Xyloxum, that's my best guess, but tell me if I got it wrong and tell me how to say it if it is wrong. But welcome to stream. Saying all of that, let me move you to, I go ahead and slide this guy out a little bit. Let me go ahead and pull up another screen. If I can find the said screen, I drag this guy here. Alrighty, I think this works. 12 principles of animations. This was something I saw a little bit debated before, and I'll move you here to Puref. Here we go. 12 principles of animations. It's this, and it seems to be some sort of, what is it called? Dictionary, code of conduct, things of that nature when it comes to how to do animation. One of the ones I'm very familiar with, and the one I really only knew, was squash and stretch. We'll try to go through these as we're animating our ball in hopes of trying to get a better understanding, so we'll go through each of these in particular. I said it before, and I did want to show this off. We go back into Aseprite. I have previously done, oh, I died for a second, hold on, where am I? I am here, okay. And 28 minutes of your life spent talking about pixel art resources. Never have you found a better way to spend 28 minutes? I'm glad. I always try to make the resource bit not too long, but I can never tell. And, oh, I heard a sound, but I don't see it yet, so I'll give it a second. Unless it was Scribbler Jones. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome to stream. Here I've done previous pixel arts, and that's what you probably saw in the intro. So we have a little bit of knowledge on pixel art itself and animation, but I've never studied the pixel art animation itself. And I think one, I'm looking for it here. I don't know if I'll find it. Some bobs, and I think I'm trying to find a good example of squash and stretch. I don't think I can find it here. See, I'm super prepared, if you couldn't tell already, but I don't think I have any. I thought I did, but I don't think I have any. Look at this guy here. Squash and stretch, all that really is something extending, something getting small, and I think it shows it here. She starts tall, goes small, and it's her going up and down. What we're gonna do is try to do this with the ball, and that would be the squash and stretch principle. So I'll go ahead and go back here to this guy, and we'll go ahead and add that ball in. Let me get some water, and then we'll, then we'll get into things. Let's see. Have you ever heard of a program called Pixel Composer? It's on Steam if you have Steam. I have indeed. Pixel Composer is something I want to learn and get better at. And for those who don't know, Pixel Composer is this, if you've seen After Effects from, what is it? After Effects from Adobe, it's After Effects for pixel art. It's a really neat program, but it is something it's what is it, in-depth and very advanced. I do hope to do a Pixel Composer stream one day, as I think it would be a fun topic. But for right now, I still don't understand how it works, and I'm trying to get better at learning the product, but I have seen it before, indeed. Saying all of that, what color do you think we should make our ball? I have the ball on the thumbnail as red, but maybe we can do a different one. I'm gonna go ahead and, oh, I think we're good. I don't know why this is selected though. Maybe let's see. You only have the demo, you have to buy it because you're still learning it. Yeah, I think it definitely is a worthy investment though, 100%. I'll go ahead and zoom this guy, and I might have to move this guy down here depending on how many frames we do. But I'll go ahead and make, let's see, green? Green? I guess green it is, alrighty. How about this green then? This little guy here. And magenta ball with yellow stars. There were 2 votes for green. If we do another one, maybe we'll do magenta. You didn't catch what program this is? This is Aseprite. This is one of the ones I have listed. Aseprite. This is just my pixel art of choice, but pixel art program of choice. But by all means, you can use something like, what is it, Paint or GIMP, and it works just the same. Yep, Aseprite. It took me forever to figure out how to spell it correctly. So I do feel your pain on that one. And thanks, you just needed to read? No worries. Saying all that, how big should we make our ball, you think? I think a little tiny small ball would be fun. Gonna go ahead, instead of making it 16 by 16, let's make it 8 by 8. How about this little guy here? I feel like he's a little bit cuter, a little bit more adorable. And squash and stretch. Now comes the animation parts and the animation bits. I'm gonna try to see, and I believe I might have one here. I tried to get a lot of resources. If I go ahead and open up the sky, let me see if I can pull it up. It'll be a little bit easier to show than to talk about. Again, this is something I'm a little familiar with, and the most familiar, at least when it comes to squash and stretch, but it's a matter of learning and trying to get better at it. But if I click here, I believe I did save, and I heard that sound as well. 1 second. Let's see. Lucille, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow on Twitch. Hi. I hope you are doing well. It's a lot, do you know? 100%. Here we go. I found something. If we go back into here, this is kind of a, I do like this kind of short. If we go back into this guy here, you can see squash and stretch tries to go over and it lagged for a second. Squash and stretch is about, I would say it's a little bit of exaggeration. It's about showing movement back and forth, and I hope the audio isn't here. The audio is a little loud, but depending on how much you exaggerate, and I think that's what animation comes down to. How much, what story can you tell? That's always what I think about when I think about animation. What are you trying to accomplish with your animation? What story are you trying to convey? For example, the goal of our ball is that maybe it's a bouncing ball, but if it were a bowling ball, it would look a little bit different. So if we go back into Aseprite here, if we were to do a bouncing ball, I think that's the typical one people do, don't they? Let's start down here, have a little guy that's just a small bowl, and let's go ahead and add a floor. I'll go ahead and add a new layer here. Grab this guy here, and someone said magenta, so how about we make the floor magenta? How about that instead? I think this is close enough to a magenta, and I'll go ahead and make this floor here. There we go. I'll call this floor. Oh, if it'll let me. I'll call this floor, and this will be the ball. Indeed, ball, right then and there. Alrighty, we have this little ball here, and we want the ball to bounce. What we can do, and I believe, try to also get better at, hotkeys? If I click this guy here, it should link when I do a new frame, right? Yep, lovely, look at that. And I'll go ahead and get rid of this layer. We don't need it. We also don't need these guys, since I figured out how small of a size I want to do. So I'll go ahead and get rid of these guys here, and these guys here. We don't need them, but we do need this guy here so we can see. With all that said, let me make sure I save as well. What we want is to have this ball, I'm thinking, bounce from here to maybe bouncing about up here. The ball to go up and down. And right now, we have the bottom of the ball, and look at it bounce. We're all done. Thanks for coming to the stream. Animation complete. Look at that. We're already off to a great start. Saying that, though, we can make this smoother. How about now? Oh, hold on. We have the ball in the middle, ball top and bottom, and I think these are referred to as the, I forget what it's called, but it's the points you want to emphasize. I want to emphasize the ball at the ground and at the top. That's kind of the peak. It's going up and down. And let me see, I don't think I can find a reference of a ball actually bouncing. I think that would be handy. Ball, bounce, GIF. Let's see. Keyframes? No, the keyframes is, This is keyframes, right? Or are these frames? And then it's called a keyframe. And imagine you played the ending. What do you mean? This one? Oh man. Key poses. I guess it is key something then. Keyframes. It's either keyframes or key poses. Good evening, Torin. Welcome back. Saying all of that, let me see if I can find a ball animation. Bouncing ball, how about this guy here? Does this work? Where do we ball? Okay, I'll take you here. I think this is a good example of what a ball looks like. 100%. Let's go back into PRF here. And this is a good example of squash and stretch. Usually you have keyframes, which are the positions you want to have. And the frames in between, those are just the smooth animation. Got ya. Yeah, keyframes would be the ball on the ground and at the top. And then everything is called the in-between, if I can remember correctly, the names themselves. The keyframe is at the bottom and at the top. And then from there, you squash and stretch, at least for this one. And the idea is that, and I think it does it here, look at them getting squishy because it's a squishy round ball. A bowling ball wouldn't do that, so it wouldn't look like that. In fact, I don't think a bowling ball would do that at all, or move much, or bounce much, unless it maybe was an inflatable bowling ball. But you have your squash, and then let's see, you have your stretch, showing movement. I think that is what squash and stretch is all about. So if we go back to here, oh, wrong one. Wrong one indeedy. And would a keyframe be in the middle? I believe that would be called an in-between, if I'm not mistaken. Again, the names, but I think the names are important to get correct. A key, frame, animation, definition. Just to double check. Keyframes is a technique that uses the marker. I think it would be the keyframes, the points that you want to show off. And well, if you're throwing a bowling ball hard enough on a really hard surface, it might squash to some degree and then break. True as well. I think so. And let's see, I think it's key poses and then in-betweens, key poses. And then you put the in-between, so it's a much easier way to animate for people. I see. Yeah, the ones you want to show off are key, and then the ones that are in between are in between. And notice with the squash and stretch, volume stays consistent. That is something also of note. And doing Pixelart studies and watching, I see. I can't believe about the bowling ball. Saying all of that, what we will want to do then is squash and stretch, right? So we have the ball at the bottom, we have the ball at the top. Preferably, I want to see if we can make it loop and get it moving. Let's go ahead, and I think I can right-click here, and I think I can set this to set loop section. So now it moves over and over. We start at the bottom, go to the top. Let's add the squish and the stretch. Let's see, Les was talking about earlier was the volume staying consistent. I think that's a really good thing to note. If I make a new layer here, let's make this ball, how about blue for now? Or, ooh, I forget colors. I think someone said yellow stars. Was that a yellow one to the side here? If this is not staying consistent, if you're looking at the two balls, it might look, and I'll drag this guy here for description purposes. If I'm stretching this guy out like this, stretch, all done. But this doesn't keep the same mass of the ball as in the size. If we're looking at the ball, it needs to both go up and down, and it also needs to squish this way. Then it would be that squash and stretch feel, instead of if I go back a little bit here, you have to push and pull in different places. It's not something that has to keep volume. It is not, hold on, Cuphead, okay, Pixelart stream, especially in character animation, some stretches are really over the top. So like swinging a sword, the sword gets warped a lot in between frames, because it might be used not only for the movement, but also to cheat in movement sparing stuff. Agree, and watching Eris is really motivating. Oh, you're sweet. I hope to help at the very least. So saying all of that, let's go ahead and make sure we stay consistent with our squashes and stretches. I'll go ahead and get rid of this guy here. We want a squash and a stretch. So we have this ball going here. I'll also add a new frame here. And then from there, if I click this, it'll bring us to our onion skinning. And if I just grab this guy here in the center, it does look like the ball is now moving, isn't it? It looks a lot less choppy, I can say that. And what I'm gonna do is add that stretch. Let's see. I'm thinking something halfway as big, so halfway this thick, and then maybe doing a stretch like this. Different chat, the same opinion here. Oh, I see. I think it's just a little laggy, which is unfortunate. I'll go ahead and grab this guy, delete this guy here, paste this guy here, and this might be considered the stretch. We're stretching here. We have the down, it goes up, it shoots up, and I think I might have to make this one thinner to add in that stretchy feel so it stays even. We have the bottom, we go stretch, and then we go up. And from there, what we can do is actually have it also squash here, as it kind of has this, and I'm trying to think of the name. It might be coyote time, where it stays up a little bit to add emphasis. And I think that's a lot of what animation comes down to. I said before, it's about telling a story, and I also think it's about exaggeration, depending on what you're going for. I always like to do things over the top and very flashy. That's why a lot of my pixel art is high in saturation, and I try to go as big as I can. And with pixel art, depending on the animation, especially if you're looking at something I think like Disney, they like to do exaggerations. They like to show a lot of emotion, a lot of expressions, and if you show less exaggeration, then it's not as big. You always want to go big, especially if you're trying to do something, and I think especially because it's pixel art, if you do it big, it helps because pixel art's so specific, it's so small. You're late? Welcome, Dark. Better late than never. Coyote time is a term used in platforming movement program that allows players to jump a few frames. And I think what I mean here is when you're standing here at the top, if I have this guy here, he's standing still in the midair. No, he's standing still in midair. There we go. That's what I mean by coyote time, where it's in this midair and nothing's happening. It should fall. but I'm having it stay there a little bit. That's what I mean by coyote time. And don't know if you'll get into it, but we'll start slow and speed up on the next frame closer to the first. I will indeed, and thank you for reminding me as well. That's something to note. And let's see. Okay, I did read that. Lovely. I'm gonna have this ball start here. It stretches, it goes up here, it stays up here for a second, and then we have another frame, let's say. Another frame, it probably goes back down, right? So let's add this guy here. I'll go ahead and delete you, add him here, and then as it's going down, let's have it stretch, or squish in this case. So then what I can do, and I believe I can, if I copy this guy here, I should be able to rotate him. I think if I click this guy, and then I rotate 90 degrees here, there we go, like this. I go ahead and get rid of this guy here, move him here, and oh, we might have to stretch him out one more like this. Like that. If I do this here, oh, hold on. If I get rid of you, and yeah, okay. And look, it's a bouncing ball. It's not very fluid, but it looks a lot more bouncy, isn't it? And you're sorry, Boss Harrison. Like I said, the fact you came here is good enough, Dark. I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate you making an effort. You're here now, that's the best part. You don't think you want it to stay. Most of the time you want to play with the speed. Because of the speed of the bouncing ball is a parabola. So you want to make frames around max height. Because the ball slows down the height and slows down the higher it gets until it speeds inverse and ramps up further down the falls. I think it comes down a lot to preference. Some people like to do more animations that are realistic. I think, for example, I might make this guy, and what was it? Hold on. Kiyoki was talking about it earlier, how it starts slow and hold on. It starts slow, it speeds up, and it starts going back and forth. For example, we have it here, it goes stretch, it goes up, and instead of having it wait here, what we could have is maybe it going up one like this, and it suspends it in mid-air for a second. And I can even have this guy squish a little bit, so I could add another frame here. I could have it squish just a smidge, like, for example, this one, have it come out maybe two, or hold on. Have it come out like this, a smidge, and then maybe move it up. And now it kind of squishes. I might even make it more exaggerated at the top, and you can kind of see as well. It stops there, doesn't it, for a second? Your paycheck's getting cut. Wait, I'm getting paid? We're getting paid? And wait, it looks so good already. Lovely. It's just a matter of looking at examples and trying to understand it. I'm adding, again, because, what is it called? The keyframes? What we're focusing on is when it's at the bottom and then when it's at the top. That's why I'm adding a lot to the top here. I'm adding a lot of frames here for the slowdown, and then it kind of speeds up. And it's you, it's Miss Iris to us. Exactly, we're all business around here. Saying all of that, we start at the bottom, we stretch, we go up, we kind of go up again, we get squished. I might add another squish here, truth be told. I'm thinking what we can do, maybe, is have that squish, then have that squish have a bit of a cut-in, maybe like, hold on, like this? I'm curious to see if this works. I don't think it does, but I just want to see if I were to make it swooshy. I say swooshy, the word I'm thinking of is if I make it look like it's curving a little bit. I want it to curve. Maybe the stretch works a little bit more. I just want to try and see. It's all about testing and trying. And hey, you should do Pixel. It's a very good animating site. Hold on, let me type that down for later. I will look into it. And welcome, Deltra MC. Welcome to stream. Let's see. P-I-S-K-E-L. There we go. I'll look into it. And this is one of the most educational yet chill streams you've ever seen. I try my hardest not to get off topic, but I do think I do it from time to time. I want to have this guy squished. I want him to be a little bit more squishy. If anything, I might make it come out like this, possibly. Let's say here. Is there a way to make this look round? That's what I'm trying to do here. Maybe something like this. Maybe. You can kind of see it squishes up, but I think it also has to come up like this because it's like it's hitting a wall, right? Or at the very least, when the momentum, that's what I'm thinking of. It's being sent up and everything here is getting pushed also up here. That's what I'm trying to show off, that the ball itself is getting pushed up into the air. That's what I'm trying to do. And time to time is an understatement, and you know this business around here. But I'm glad it's handy dandy. And let's see, it's very easy to use. I hope, well, not that I hope so, but I'm glad to hear it. I will definitely give it a look though. I always like trying to see and learn new programs, so No promises on actually if I actually will understand them. But the idea here is that we start at the bottom, and I'm trying to tell a story of a really bouncy elastic ball. I want it to seem out there. So I have this guy here, he gets stretched, and I might even add another stretch here. But he gets stretched, he stands here, then it goes up a little bit more, and as it's going up, it gets squished as the wind? I'd say the wind. The wind is pushing it up. That's why I made it curved. And then as it's getting curved, maybe what I can also do is add here, new frame. Maybe what I can do, and I'll delete this guy. Oops, who am I deleting? We have this frame, we have this frame. Okay, escape out of that. I'm thinking we add another ball here to show it got pushed way up here. Something like this. Look at it. I think that's interesting. I don't know if that's accurate, but I do like how it kind of has that snappy feel. And mid pass fire the knowledge briefing. I know very much. Eldridge isn't in the title for anything. Though I'm learning. And it was just on, it looks nice and simple. I see. Yes, it is. It was just on, it looks nice and simple. Do you mean the program? Or if you could elaborate a little bit more. You're trying to understand how this works physically. You think balls would only deform that way if it was hit by something like a bat, and then they would quickly go back to their physical tear shape, or elliptical sphere thingy the balls do on high speed. Otherwise, they would never reach the moon shape or not. I think it depends. What I'm trying to go for is it feeling like, or maybe I'm trying to make this not a ball, but a creature. I think that could be it. For example, I think it could go up here, and then maybe what happens, and I'm testing things. That's a lot of what my study streams are, or when I do study, is I try to test things. For example, maybe when it goes here, it then gets pushed down. I'm trying to show a lot of movement, not just up and down. Now, I definitely do think me adding the croissant form definitely isn't accurate, but I want to see what it looks like. I'm just testing it out. And let's see. Okay, I did read that croissant. You want to check it out? I see. Well then, yeah, I'll give it a look after stream. So let's see. We go here, here, and what I want to do is see if oops, wrong button there. I think it's H. There we go. No, it's not H. Is it Control V? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it is. Let's move this guy up here. It's very simple, but it might be too simple. Possibly. And hi, June. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. And I'm thinking, let's see. Yeah, look at it. What I want to see about is if I do that, because we have this guy here, that ball goes up, all right? It goes up, it has that peak, and then it flips back around as if it's getting launched. That's my idea here. So I have this guy here. Let's see. I'm going to duplicate you, so new frame, and then I'm just going to drag you like this. Yeah, that's elasticy. Not the elasticy I'm going for, but I'm glad I did at least try it. Oh, you see. You think then you would want the moon to go upwards or not, like the sides go up? So it's less like a pancake? Yeah, we can try that. So is it a ball, then the frame where it goes up one more pixel, it becomes the upside down moon and starts falling again? Because air resistance would push the outer flaps up? Yeah, we can try it. I think so. Something like this, the shape isn't right. I think you are right about the sides getting pushed up, but something a little like that where it's getting pushed. And it's going up and down. That's the idea I thought I could try out. And now you see what it's become. It's not a croissant, it's a banana. Don't you dare use that word around here. Not in this house. And, oh, okay, I did read that. And let's see. Oh, you have a Twitch too? I do indeed. For whichever platform you enjoy watching. And thank you for the follow, Deltra, as well. Hi, from the other side. So let's see. Escobar, you were saying you want the moon to go upwards. Yeah, I'm seeing the pancake. If I do this, maybe what I need is to look like this instead. And then if I do this guy here, or this guy here, have it really push out maybe? I'm trying to keep the form about the same, but I think something's off here. Maybe the arrow pointed here, maybe it should be a little bit more rounded. I always try to just, that's what it is as well. When I'm doing my studies or when I'm doing pixel art or any medium, like programming, I try to just have fun. I use it as a playground. There's no need to be so strict when I'm doing it, but I do want to learn. For example, if I add this, it's fun to try and experiment, and then I can ask myself, okay, how does this make it look? If we're looking at this guy here, I don't think it looks good. And then you ask yourself, okay, why doesn't it look good? Maybe it's the way the side, I don't think making it thicker. All right, what if we made it thinner? And it's a lot about experimenting. That's what I always try to do. So let's see. I'm gonna make this smaller again. And to say what you said, let's see. Let moon go upwards or not, like the sides go up. So it's less, say, pancake. So if it's a ball, then the frame's where it goes up one more pixel because upside moon upside down moon and starts falling again. Okay, let's see. What do you mean? And do a flip. Hi, hold on. Ragacon, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. And let's see. You would just remove the frame and hold on. You would just remove the frame where the flaps go down before hype climax. Let's see. You would remove the frame where the flaps go down before the hype climax. Okay. You did not see RageCon. There we go. Welcome. Let's see. The flaps would only go up in the air resistance on the fall, because the ball/bob will become weightless on a hype climax rest. I see. So remove the frames where it's going down. So you mean this guy here, like this? Remove that. And remove this guy here. Or rather, I think keep this one, right? Because it's getting squished in the air. Maybe not. We can see. But this guy here, I think, it's getting stretched. It's getting squished. It's getting propelled up. It might even look like this instead, as it's getting squished up. And I think then this guy might come out here. A little bit more exaggeration on this area. Like this. Oh, hold on. I should have made it even on both sides. But something like that instead. And it's not even on both sides. Like this. It's kind of going up. And then maybe have it come up a little bit more. And no, the other way. I see. Hold on. The frame you called propel is the one you have to remove. Okay, hold on. Undo. And I'll take your idea. Let's see. Undo with this guy here as well. Frame 6 is the one I have to delete, right? So this guy here, delete it. Well, it's interesting. Let's see. We go down, we go up. It holds for a second, and then it gets pushed back down by the air. Is that what you mean? An Aseprite, or what do you mean, Dark? Oh, you have a a little confused on that, Dark. And Moon Lotus, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow. Hi, all the same. Is that what you mean, Skipper? The frame, let's see, we're propelled up. I just removed that one. That was 6. I removed that guy, and I'm seeing it freeze, right? It looks like it's double jumping. It does, doesn't it? I think that's because I go down one. That's an interesting point. If I start here, let's see, we go up a little bit more. Hold on. We have it going straight. We go up, we go up, we go up a little bit more. Then we get squished. It gets, let's see, moved up. I think that's why. If I get rid of this guy here, let's see. Oh, hold on. If I get rid of this guy here, I think that makes it a little bit better. And the ball should probably become a circle so early in the animation. That's what I'm thinking. And you watch on YouTube, so you wanted to follow here as well? I see. Well, welcome from both sides. I do appreciate it. And then you can add an in-between one frame in 7 and 6. Let's see. 7 and 6. If I go here and here, you mean an in-between these guys, or do you mean in between these guys? Possibly, right? Let's see. This is 8. It gets squished. Let's go ahead and remove this guy as well, I think. And if we go ahead, as well, if you look, it got a lot snappier, didn't it? Removing that frame. It's less snappy, it freezes more, but I also think it became more snappy because I deleted a frame. We have this going up, and then it's getting squished, it's going down. Now I'm wondering, the croissant was just an idea. It was a thought process. We can go ahead and, well, I'll save this for later. We'll call this, ball. There we go, ball. How about that? I'll go and duplicate it. I just wanted to see how the croissant feel would look. And if we go back to ball, I can, oh no, I can't actually. If I move this guy here, grab you here and here, move you over just a smidge, get rid of the loop bit here like that, I should be able to see it a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, you would take a frame 8 now and move it down a little to keep some moon shape. Got ya. So if I go back to this guy here, let's see. If I grab you, remove, you would take frame 8 now and move it down a little to keep it a moon shape. Got ya. So if I go back here for a second, 8 and 7, or 6 and 7, there we go. Yeah, the moon shape. I see. Okay, saying all of that, let's go back to ball. Go here, goes up, and I think it can even, you can kind of see as well. I feel like this would be maybe more of a slam attack. It pauses for a second and then it goes back down as it has to think about it a little bit, which is better for the viewer. I've heard that, but I see a lot of debate around it, and probably shouldn't become a circle is what you mean? Ah, circle at the top, is that what you mean? Like up here? You're saying maybe I should delete this guy? That does work. I do see it working. We can go up here, maybe we can add another squish here. For example, maybe as it's going here, we squish, we add another frame here, like this, and then we go ahead and squish it a little bit more, maybe like that, and then again, we make it a little bit longer. So maybe do this, one of these, like this. Oh, I'm gonna need to make it a little bit wider. Like this, do you mean? And slide it over. Yeah, circle at the top as it slows down, like this. Squishes, it squishes, yeah. goes up, squish, and then I think it would go back down is the thing. I feel like it would go up here, it would squish a little bit, and actually what I'll do is I'll get rid of this guy, goes up, squishes, and then it goes back from unsquishing. So I think it would be new frame here, we get rid of this guy, we copy this over as it's getting squished. So this would be the down, up, at the top, it squishes, it gets more squished, then it unsquishes. So I guess my squish would be the compress or decompress. And do you have Discord? I do indeed have Discord. If you're on the YouTube chat, I should have the Discord in the YouTube description. And let's see, what's up with the preview? Is something wrong with the preview? Should be fine. Okay, I did read that. Lovely. And let's see, actually YouTube's better for the viewer because you can go back and listen to it again. That's true, that's all. Yeah, like they said, there's a lot of debate around it. This is kind of the peak, and I wish I could name these, that'd be nice. But that's the peak as it's going up. Then it kind of has that normal, and then I think it goes back down. Yeah, like that. I think this is fine. It has that little squish that happens, and then we need it to come back down, and it comes back down really hard right now because of that frame. And if we go ahead and, let's see. I'll get rid of this guy. Well, I'll keep this guy just because we did look at it earlier. We have the ball, it goes up, it goes up, it goes to the peak, and then it gets squished to the top a little bit, and then it comes back down. And that's why it's so fast. So if we want to make it less heavy, we would have to add, I think, frames here, right? A frame here. Right now, there's one frame here, one frame here. There are 2 frames here for in the middle, and then all of these frames here are for when it's at the top, which I think is why it adds so much part to it. And what do you mean? Oh, I see. It's like that because of this guy here. There you go. It's no longer flickering. And I'll go ahead and save. Have a little bit of water. Okay. Saying all of that, we go back here. What I'm thinking is, and I'm curious to see as well, what happens if we add a little bit more here, make it a little bit longer, or I guess it would need to be longer and thinner, right? Yeah, it would need to be longer and thinner. Anytime we add, we have to also remove on the other side. So we have this guy here, which is, oops, wrong button. Hold on. This guy here. What I want to do is paste him, and if it'll let me, I want to grab you, copy. I want to move you over for a little bit. This is the normal shape we have. If we make it thinner, maybe it would be like this. It's just a line. How would the line look? I'm very curious. And I saw it before as well when I was doing research with the videos themselves. The preview looks kind of choppy and the flashes a bit when it hits the bottom frame. Yep, that's what we're trying to fix right now. Do you mean here, or do you mean when it was freezing before earlier? Right now I'd say it's choppy just because it's one frame in between the movement, right? If I were to do, and I can attempt to do this, let's see. I add a frame here, new frame, and I might have to make a few files here as I'm adding and removing from there, and it's messing with this guy here. So I guess for now, we might come back, and if I do something else, I'll have to make a new folder. I think that would be a little bit easier. We have this guy here. It goes up, and as it's going up, you can see as well, that guy, that freezing there, and ball. Ball indeed, and welcome to Stream Toak. Hi. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. What I'm gonna do is have this go up, and that's interesting to see. It kind of looks like it's propelling, maybe like from elastic? If I have it going maybe something like this, it kind of looks like it's snapping a little bit, doesn't it? Maybe if I make it a little bit wider, what does that look like? For me at least, it does feel a bit like elastic. If I do this, looks like it's snapping, doesn't it? Ball, we're making more than one. Yep, it is balls today. All balls all day. And maybe we can do slimes. I feel like that could be a lot of fun just because it's green. But for right now, I'm working on ball. And I like this just because it's snappy. I feel like it's better than it was before. And then if we go back to this guy here, we go ahead and do another frame here. Smear frames is, that's what I did there. Smear frames, lovely. And the one at the bottom needs to be a little wider. Do you mean this guy here, or, you are correct. It needs to go, well, what do you mean? And you think on up, it's weird? Interesting. So what you mean is, you think it should be, and let me go ahead and grab you. That's the word, yeah, smear frames. Thank you. You see how the stretch happens on down, but not in the middle of it? That's true. It slows down. As it goes up, it's going faster, right? Or no, as it's going down. Rule of gravity, right? And let's see, another frame where the ball is at the floor. Gaia, we can give it a go. And you hope nobody took that out of context at creating something weird? Little confused on that one. So what you mean, I think, is we have that one go up, and then if we go ahead and do new frame here, we go ahead and paste that. That's a little wonky. Hold on. We have this guy here. Oh, it got pasted, I think, everywhere. This is here. Yes, that makes sense. This is here. We want to add, and where is my, here. Yep, that's true. Delete you. We have you here. Maybe it's the case if I have to do, hold on. I grab you, slide you over, do you here, like that? Something's off. And a stretch happens when one part of it's faster than the other. Like if you launched it from the ground on the top part might be faster and the rear part lags behind. Same in the fall, the bottom part would rush ahead and then drag the rear part behind. I think that's called follow through. You're still watching, but you're doing homework, so you're not chatting. No worries, and good luck on your homework. Homework's super important. I don't like it, but it's super important. I think then that would mean I do one guy here, or maybe it would be reverse. I'm looking at these two and trying to see which one. I think as well, maybe, what happens if I get rid of this guy? That is interesting. I think the little line works well, but where would the smear frame go? We have this guy here and it goes down and up. And if I go ahead and do up, it goes there. Oh, hold on, it's double. There we go, I fixed it. I figured out the problem. And agree on homework, yeah. It's a necessary evil. And let's see, explaining things properly. We only speak in Ooga Booga. But Escobar's always been very handy. And if you also, any of you have ideas or suggestions on how to maybe add something or take something away, like I said, I like trial and error, trial by fire. So if you have some ideas, by all means, shoot them my way. I like trying new things. And I think here, we have this guy here. We have this stretchy one here. And what I'm gonna do is maybe do something like this. And if I get rid of this guy here, move this guy up a little bit for more of a smear. Does it look faster when it's going back down, do you think? I am curious on that one. What we could even do is if we have this here, kind of works the same where it's that smear. And I think as well, it does look like a bouncing ball. I do like it. But we can have this one going faster, it's just going up. And then we can have this guy going smear. And yes, you agree? Yes, it does? Nice, that's neat. I really am liking this though. I like how bouncy it feels already. And let's see, we'll go up, down, and then normal, we go squish, and then it goes regular. Maybe we add another squish here. So then new frame, and yeah, you do, nerd alert, oh, you do not trigger. We're all nerds around here. I have the nerd certified apparel, thank you very much. Can't leave home without them. We go ahead, and I'm thinking maybe a squish down here like this. Squish, it gets squished, let's see. Something like this maybe? Maybe even a little bit longer, like this. How does that look? It just becomes a flat pancake. Maybe like this is a little bit better. Something like that. And then we duplicate it, new frame here. And then we go ahead and move this guy here. Like this, do you think? And did somebody go? Indeedy. Wider? Wider? We can try wider. Hold on. We go down. We go wide. Do you mean like this? You mean it's important to learn about things? I say exactly. I love learning new things. I like details. And it's study stream. Nerd as much as you want around here. Because understanding that means you can put it into words. Yeah. The better you can explain things, the better you understand it. The best way to learn is by teaching. That's what I've heard. And I definitely think I've gotten better at Pixelart by doing these streams. And not teaching, but trying to explain my thoughts vocally, I felt has helped me improve a lot. And she has the actually outfit. Indeed. And let's see. It may not be ball anymore, but you like it? This is as ball as it gets. The current animation looks a bit like the ball is bouncing between two surfaces and sticks to them a little bit. Interesting. That is an interesting observation. It may not be a ball anymore, but you like it, huh? If I go back here, we stretch it out. Do you think it's because of this bottom here? It pauses for so long, and then there's keep the world turning and burning. And let's see, with the new frames, the squish now seems a little slower. I think that's true, because there's so much pause here. Or do you mean the smear frame? Which one do you mean exactly? For example, if I do this guy here because it's so long, does that help? Like that instead? I feel like that helps a little bit more because it's not as wide. Or yeah, not as wide. I feel that adds a little bit more movement. And the middle part's too fast, you think, if it's just bouncing? And are you gonna make a game using these animations? Nope. This is just for studying today. And I hope to take the knowledge that I learned today to actually use it for assets when I make games. You sent a good example of ball bouncing in the Discord. If you mean, hold on, where are we at? If you mean this guy here, I do have an example already. This guy here. Like this? This is more controlled. I am making a bouncy ball. And little bounce, it's not good or bad, just something to point out. Yeah, I think it definitely does come down to preference. You want something more realistic or more exaggerated? And I like going on the exaggerated side. And you think the main reason currently for it feeling like a bounce between two surfaces is the speed, is that the speed is the same for up and down. Ah, that is a good point. If I go here, I am curious to see about the ball itself. If I click it, go here. How many frames are going up? How many frames are going down? Let's see if we can tell. We have about, if I'm looking at this guy here, we start at 1, we go up, so it's 1 to 3 about, and then it goes back down. 1 to 3, so about 9. So it seems to go faster as it's going down, I'd say. Ball going boing boing. Exactly. Let's see. That's what it seems like at the very least. It's go, yeah, up, down, up, down. If I'm looking here, we have the ball squished, and that is what I did. I did do a squish, and then it gets deflated. Deflated is when it gets less. What is flating? There we go. It inflates. That's the word I'm looking for. You think you like more when the smear is chunky? I do like chunky smears. And the movement feels more clear from point A to point B, like filling in the blanks. I do agree. I feel like the chunkier it is, the easier it is to look at. And we can take a look at making it a little bit thicker and seeing how that looks as well. As I do like both. I think there's a good point to use both. We have this going down here, and I wanted to see, this is about going up. So this is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish frames when it goes up here. And then to go back to the bottom, it takes a really long time. Is that why? I think maybe that's it. It goes faster up and it slows down, it's going down. Maybe that's it. But they take a lot more time going down than it does going up, which is interesting for this ball. Go ahead and go back to Aseprite. If you look at the ball GIF, you have most of the frames of the ball around the climax, yeah. And then it falls quickly and gets faster during the fall, more distance. That's why it's more frames. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, okay. We have it going from normal, and this is where it's less frames. The normal, and I think it also would be nice to go back to here, just to write out what I'm thinking and what I'm observing as well. So I think that's also something to note when you're doing studies. As I died for a second, hold on, I'm back. When you're doing studies, taking notes is also nice if it helps you at least. And I like doodling out things. But what I'm noticing is, and I do think that is as well, and your head hurts, is that what learning means? A smidge. Head hurts is probably gonna happen a lot. But something like this is the timeline, right? We have the ball going up, and I'll have the ball's on the ground, and then you have this guy here for the ground. And let me move this over a little bit to make it a little bit easier to see. You have the ball on the ground here. You have the ball on the ground here. So this is the start and end. And then you have the ball in the air. That's the middle guy there. What I'm seeing is, if I do that there, and it's the pressure of expanding brain. Exactly, the little pain, no gain. What I'm trying to do is I have this guy here, which has that smear. That's what that smear was. And then I have a lot of animations here, and I'm seeing a lot of animations here as it's going down. That's the animation I'm seeing when I look at this guy here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that guy there. That's what I'm thinking of how it's working. And it's the muscle brain just building. Lumpy fat muscle. Yes, no better way to compliment a brain than that. That's the idea I'm going for. If we go back into here, into Aseprite, you can see that the idea at the very least. So we have that middle one, and it goes up. And then we have a lot of frames here for when it's at the center. And then we go back down, and then we do squish. And I think that's why it feels funny, do you think? I think what we need to do is do some more here. I do like smear, but maybe if we do a little less smear, it might make it more, might make it smoother. That's the word I'm looking for. Or maybe what we can do is let's see, if I do new frame here, I'm curious to see if I grab this guy, move him up a little bit, and yeah, how about that? If I move him up like this, and then add another smear here, a new frame, and I just move this guy down here, kind of looks like water a little bit, doesn't it? Maybe even do like this? How does this look? If I do this guy here, I think it adds a little bit more, but it makes it look slower now, doesn't it? Just by adding to the end. I do think that's interesting. I'll also make this shorter. And I think by adding to the end, making it that long streak, I feel like it slowed down the ball a lot, didn't it? And I can see it looking like Jello. But I feel like Jello would be more like this instead. Maybe we can do some jiggly Jello. I feel like this would be more in line with some Jello. Something like that instead, having it wobble. It looks more gooey. It does. I think because of how much it's stretching. I think if I made it less stretchy, because now you can see the smear frame. Usually with smear frames, you don't want to see it. And I think because we see it, that adds to the feel of it being stretchy. And if let me do this. If I remove this guy, and I remove, let's see, this guy here. Yeah, this guy. You don't see the smear as much. And I think it makes it look less jello-y. Don't you think? And Louis Espinoza, is that how you say it? Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, and welcome to stream. I hope you're having as fun of a time as I am when figuring out why do. I feel like that's a lot what I ask when I do these streams. Why do? Why work? How work? A lot of fun. And you would take note for further slime animations. Very useful. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think slimes are like liquid, right? If you're doing something slimy, it's gelatinous, and gelatin is very liquidy. And if you want it something more slimy, I feel like you're gonna have to make it more fluid, more watery, and more bouncy. Because we're doing a ball, by adding this, and hold on, I can do it again. By adding more of a stretch and making that smear frame longer, it makes it look more slimy because you're seeing it look like goop, and it looks like it's goop dripping down. And let's see, slimes are like pudding. Yeah, there we go. Pudding is a great word for it. For example, and I think as well, if I were to do something like this, hold on, like this. Let's see, I'm trying to see if I can show off what I mean. And I want to see if I can get that goop feel. As it's dropping here, and then it goes middle here, like this. I do this, does it make it look a little bit more goopy? Probably not. I think it looks more like it's looping over and over. I'm trying to think, if we were to make it look more goopy, maybe what we would have to do then is to have it go down here. Maybe we would take this and add a bit of goop here instead, like this. Maybe something like that. I feel like you could modify it a little more. You definitely could. But I'm trying to think, if it were more goopy, I feel like there would be more drip areas. And that would definitely be something to mess around with, trying to figure out more goop. It's wobbly, exactly. Oh, I forget how to say that word. Viscous? Viscous? Is that? I think it's viscous, if I'm not mistaken. And now you're craving pudding? Yeah, pudding's tasty. And yes, it is, as well for Lusk and who else pointed it out? Hold on. Lusk and Torin. You both, yeah, viscous, I think, or viscous. One of those two. I've heard it before. And if you want the goop feeling, the stretch needs to become less stretchy the longer it travels. Interesting, because the rear starts speeding up more and more. Yeah, what if I go back here, what I'm thinking is, and if I go into Pure F, it's all about playing with your food, playing with your animation. I think a lot of it comes down to expectations. For example, if it starts here, if you have something that starts here, as it's moving this way, and I think it's called easing in, easing out, as it's moving, it might get stretchier here, and then end up here as it's going left and right. Oh, wrong button. As it's going left and right. And when it reaches here, though, I feel like, and I think this is another word, I forget the word for it, but it might go a little bit over and then stop here, as it's that moving. You expect it to keep going a little bit before it stops instead of automatically stopping. And BRB, of course. And well, you say BRB, and you're gonna head out. Thank you for coming, Delta MC. Thank you for stopping by. And you ate 1 to 5 chicken. I hope the chicken was at least tasty. Splash, that's it. I agree, Toak, 100%. I think that's my issue. I missed the splash on the slime. Yeah, I think a splashy animation would help. Bye. Thank you for coming. Thank you for stopping by. It was lovely to have you for the time you were here. And it needs to lose parts when going up. I didn't see that. Hold on. Do you mean here? Here and here? This is already very small when it's going up. And yes, you have to kind of fulfill physical expectations of spectators. So there should be stuff like the laws of motion. I agree. I think motion, or the laws of motion, yeah. And I think that's where the 12 principles of animation come down to. And El Mario? Is that how you say it, or is it El Mario? You can tell me which one, or maybe I didn't choose the right option, but thank you for the follow on Twitch, and welcome to stream. Hope you have a lovely time here. I think what I'll do is instead get rid of this last guy here. And then what I think I'll also do is subtract this guy a little bit, maybe here. Maybe make it a little thicker as well, as we're coming from the top. But since we can't have that drag through there, maybe I can make it a little bit wider here, like this. I don't know. I feel like it could be a little shorter. El Morario. I can't say that one. You meant if it was goopy and was dripping, it should lose parts. That makes sense, yeah. You want to make sure you're always playing with the same amount, I think it was said earlier, mass, right? But you remove that part, so it doesn't matter anymore. Very true. But I think I know what you're saying. Like, for example, if this is dripping here, or as it's going down, then you have the splashes coming up, something like that, I think would work a lot better. Saying all of that, I'm thinking, since it's a little less stretchy here, maybe what I do is do something like this instead, and just start up Aseprite. What's a good size to work in? Whatever you would, right now I'm working, I would say, the size. Granted, I have this, but I really don't need all of this space. Right now, I'd say my size is, hold on. The size I'm in right now is about 48 by 48. This isn't 48 by 48, all of this, but the size the zoomed in bit is 48 by 48. So I'd say 48 by 48, or maybe even do even smaller. That's the size I'm working in. And I kind of do like this guy here. If we go back into Pura, here, and I scroll up a little bit, I want to see what happens to the ball as it's going down. And what's happening? Hi, Sputnik. Welcome to stream. And right now we're animating a ball, doing the best with what we can. Here it goes up, right? And then as it's going down, it stretches. It's still stretching. It's stretching, and that's interesting. There's a lot going on up here in this area, but then bam, it's very long as it's hitting the bottom. And mine doesn't do that. If I go back into my animation, you can see here, when I'm here at the top, it's stretch all the way, and then bam. I think what might work a little better is if I got rid of this guy here, something like this instead, made it a little bit more snappy, maybe something like this, more in line with what I saw. Does that change it, do you think? Like this? I think it adds a little bit more. And 12 principles of animation. Yep, squashing and stretching. And we're animating something, not yet a ball. What do you mean? That's as ball as it gets right there. And I think that did add it. Looking at that animation for the ball, I think did help. I think having that jump makes it feel faster. I do think that. And I feel like it does add. And I'm wondering here as well, if I maybe make this guy here, the secondary guy, a little smaller, maybe a little bit more down as well, like this instead, that might help. And that's definitely ball. Exactly. Thank you. I see ball. I don't know what you're saying, Toak. What I want to do for this guy is I know someone said to try to make it wider. So let's try making it wider. If I go down, like, I think here. Oops. There we go. And it's El Mario. Oh, so I was right. By the way, nice explanation of Pixelart animation. Oh, thank you. I'm attempting. I'm glad. And tweens are overrated? Nah, tweens are lovely. I'm saying here, though, and we can make it a flat pancake, but I don't think we want that. It's a ball at the moment. And I don't know if I like the squish like that. I think it has to look more like this. A ball, right? Something that's flat, maybe even more like this, perchance. I'm curious to see how this looks. I'm gonna make it a little bit squishy here, but I can see it lagging a little bit. I'm wondering if I get rid of this guy here. I feel like it makes it snappier, doesn't it? Feels a little bit more snappy. And then if I add this guy maybe like this, round it out a little bit more, maybe less curves like this. And I have this guy, which squishes. I feel like that works a little bit more. You can kind of see it bouncing up as it's going back down. You start there, you bounce up, and then it loops back to here as it's getting reflated. I think that works for now. And funny thing, 99% of people won't notice a difference. Exactly, that's why tweets, I mean, I can see why you say they're overrated. I can understand from that point of view, I suppose. Tweets can be overrated, yeah. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. And you met El Mario the other day. What are the odds? Oh, how lovely. That's neat. I'll go ahead and have this saved as, and we'll save this as Pixelart Animation Study, and I will label it Squash and Stretch. S-T-R-E-T-C-H. There we go. And then I'll go ahead and save it again as the next principle. And what is the next principle? Let's take a look. If I go back into Pure up here, we have timing and motion. There's also anticipation, staging, follow through and overlapping action, straight ahead pose to pose, slow in and out, arcs. We kind of did some of these. We'll see. Exaggeration, secondary action, solo drawing, and appeal. And the good news is, you don't have to memorize these, you don't have to use all of them, you don't have to know all of them. I think that is nice. It's a thing of things to note, things to have on the mind, but you don't have to apply. So we don't even have to do all of these guys. I just wanted to take a look at them and see about them. And the hardest thing you animated is a stick figure walk cycle. Walk cycles are hard. They are very difficult, so I do commend you. They are hard. Let me go ahead and save here. How do you English? Oh, sickle. I see. That's a big difference. Or do you mean stick? That stick a person or a weapon? Which one is it? Let's look at timing and motion though. Let me see if I can pull up a video for it. I have a little here and there. A video, let's see if I go here and I open this guy so you can see it a little bit better. And you do not. English does you. Exactly. English runs you around instead. Let's go ahead and go back here for a second. I do like, and I'll point this out as well, I don't have them linked in the study stream or the study document, but they're called Fiery Twig. Not all 12's on here, that's why I don't, but I think I might add this playlist here. They're simple, short explanations of what type of animations or the principles themselves. So I found them nice. We looked at, what is it, squash and stretch? The next one to look at is timing and motion. I'm curious to see if they have one for timing and motion. Yeah, this one says timing. This one also says timing. They kind of have the same, but if we click on this one, I just want to see. More frames equal slower. Less frames equal faster. That makes sense. Number of frames can affect the meaning. Don't be afraid of mixed frames. 1s, 2s, 3s. Got ya. More frames does not mean better. I think we kind of did that when we were looking at the ball, weren't we? Let's see. Timing, if I go back, hold on. Timing, yeah. I'll call this, what are we at? Timing and motion. Squash and stretch. Timing and motion. I'll go ahead and save this here. Bring it back into Aseprite here, and let's see. By the way, literally here for like 10 to 20 minutes till you pass out from drunk. I hope you stay safe, Sputnik. Thank you for coming all the same. And you have one principle of animation only. Let someone know that knows the animation do it, huh? One principle of animation only. Let someone that knows animation do it. Oh, that's like me with music. I don't know what's going on. Let me find an expert. And did you eat something? I say, got ya. And timing and spacing. That's what it is. Thank you, Cod. Let me save it as that. Save as timing and spacing. Timing and motion, timing and spacing. I think there's a lot of different names for it. Your lips are sealed. I see. Timing and spacing. And let me see if I can Google something that maybe has a better explanation of what that means. Timing and spacing and animation. I think I should see a GIF here somewhere. I'm hoping at the very least. Let's see. Timing and spacing animation GIF. Let's see. Oh, I think this works here. Something like this if I let it ungif. Yeah, okay. And I go here, I'll drag it in here. And I think that's what we did for the ball, didn't we? Looking at the ball, I can see why a lot of people start off with using the ball when they're learning animation. It kind of makes you use all the principles, it feels like. But if we go back into Pure up here, I'll show you. Animating walk cycles not hard, just practice. That's like saying animating hands or drawing hands isn't hard. You just have to practice. It's hard just thinking about the practice. As I wouldn't say, yes, drawing hands isn't hard. Well, it takes a certain flair skill to it. I think this shows it off really well though, the timing and spacing, depending on how you have the ball move. And back here, the lines I had, this guy here, and let me grab my pen, and draw here. This guy, how this looks, and I can go ahead and do this in a different color, I think. I'll have this guy in maybe this blue here. Go ahead and apply. And literally I say, other English. Okay, I had to read this. I'll go ahead and write on here. This is the top guy, that's what I'm looking at. This is my animation currently. If I did something like this guy, it might look more akin to something like this. That's what this looks like, and I heard that sound. Give me 1 second. Oh, RageCon, wasn't it? Thank you for the follow. And okay, I did read that, lovely. We have these two here, right? And that's that one. This is the one I did. We can try to see what this one feels like. I think because it's not bouncing. So let's try to do timing and spacing. I feel like that could be fun. And then for this one on the bottom, I think that one would look like, let's make it green. That one on the bottom, and you're right, right Ezra or Eris, what's your name? Eris Ezra. They can call me Eris. That's the first one at the very least. Both together, either or, whichever one. And Russia? Oh, I see. It's always interesting hearing where people are from. Time zones are so interesting. I always like hearing about them. I don't like them. It makes scheduling very hard, but nonetheless, always interesting. I'll go ahead and grab this guy here, move him here, and I'll go ahead and draw the green guy. Let's go ahead and do a new draw. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see it a little bit more. And Mexico, ooh, interesting. I'll go ahead and draw this guy here. And what this guy looks like is more akin to something like this. And I think this would be called easing in and out because you're easing out, you're easing in. I think that's what the word is for. And I'll write that down. Ease, E-A-S-E. Out. No, ease in, I believe. Ease in. And then this would be E-A-S-E. Ease out. There we go. Out. And I see this a lot. This word at least. I see that one. I see linear, non-linear. And then when you're looking into animation as well, I see a lot of these graphs that look like, hold on, look like this. Or you might see a graph that looks like this when you're looking into animation. And, oh, let me drag it down a little bit. It might look like that. It might look like this. They're very weird looking graphs, aren't they? Malaysia? Interesting. Norway and Germany. Wow. We have a lot of people from everywhere. That's lovely. How nice. Well, welcome from the world. Oh, and Poland here too. Nice. And I see a lot of these animations, or at least when I'm looking at animations, I think this one is regular, right? This would be the linear one if I can remember how to say it. And I say if I can. Let me see if I can find a graph. Ease in and out. Graph. There we go. Graph. Let's see. Yep. That is true. That's what I was thinking of. Yep. And if I drag and drop this, you can see what I mean. When I'm looking at animation programs, I sometimes see this graph right here. Some of this, so let's see. This one is called, and I don't know why it didn't grab the rest of the, hold on. If I grab it from here, can we see it now? Huh. It won't let me show the words. Let me see if I can find with words. How odd. How about this guy? I'll go ahead and drag you here, like this. Words? Wonderful. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Mexico as well? Ah, hi. And Lucille. I feel like I've seen that name before, but welcome from Mexico. How interesting. Let's see. Oh, buenos dias. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. I took Spanish lessons. I've took French lessons. I feel like some points it just starts speaking French and then Spanish and then all of the above. And I'll see. Okay, gotcha. So we have linear, we have ease in and ease out. And that's what I'm looking at here. I think this guy here would be linear. And I want to give a try at trying to do all of these guys since it would be the motion. So let's give it a go. I'll go ahead back into Aseprite. And let me get some lemonade. Alrighty. So saying all of that, Brazil? I believe Wrath is from Brazil. And it's interesting to note you are as well, Lux. Wow, that's so interesting. So many places. That is wild. I'll go ahead and I'll grab our ball. I'll go ahead and I'll grab more floors if I can. Oops. Let me grab the floor, why don't you? Paste. Okay. Copy, paste. No, it won't let me paste. That's okay. I'll just duplicate you then. And we'll go ahead and move you. There we go. And I want to do what's shown. I think that is important to see. I'll go ahead and grab you here. We have this guy here, and then I'll go ahead and merge you down. There we go. And this is floor, so if I go ahead and do this, track cells, nope, we want a link. There we go. And I'll grab this ball here. Actually, grab all of this. We don't need it anymore. We're back to regular ball. And limited Norwegian. Interesting. Georgia, how nice. And everywhere you go, they love you. Oh, thank you. And I give it a shot. Attempts are always being made. Let's go ahead and have this guy here. And we'll also have this guy. Oh, hold on. I'll have this be our linear, L-I-N-E-A-R. This will be our ease in. This will be our, I realize I need another one. This is ease in, this is ease out. And then this is duplicate. This is, hold on, ease in and out. Like that. Actually, let's make the like that. I think that works a little bit better. Oh, in, and out, and what I need to do is also make another one. So I'll go ahead and grab that floor guy here, copy them, and paste them like this. Now we have all 4 here. I'll just make this a wall. That should be a little bit easier. Like this, like that. That should be good. Don't skip legs, huh? And you have to go do some exercises. Otherwise, hold on, you'll start to look like a good reference to your ball study. Thank you for coming, Towak. I wish you all the best. All of the best, truly. And you lurk now? Of course. And let's see. Okay, I didn't miss anything, I don't think. Okay, lovely. I'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit. Now this would be linear, and I think I did copy all of these. Let's start with linear. I think that's the easiest one. And then maybe linear, ease in and out. We'll do it this way. Linear is at the top. Ease in and out is at the middle, all right? Ease out is down here. And then we have ease in. There we go. All 4 of these, and wrote down a little bit. There we go. And I'll go ahead for the linear. How would linear look? We can go ahead and do Alt-N, add this guy, and hold on. There we go. Move him here, like this. We have this guy here, and I'll go ahead and click play so you can see. And let's add another frame here, duplicate, and oops, not that one. I need to do Alt-N, I believe. And then I go ahead and move you here. And we have this guy here in the center of this one here. And then I can go back to the next one. And I really do want to learn hotkeys. Alt-N, we go ahead and make this guy in the center here, about there. And then we go back to this guy here, Alt-N again, right? And we move this guy so it's in between here. This is about linear. You can get smoother than this, I think. And how about we do? Let's get a little bit smoother. And to do that, that would be Alt-N. We go ahead and grab this guy here. And oops, we move him to about the center here. Then we go to this frame, Alt-N. Go ahead and move you here. Drag you there. Go to this frame. And I might have to do this on new layers, possibly. We'll see. But we have this guy here. We have this here. Let's see. Alt-N. Go ahead and drag you over like this. And then add another frame. Alt-N. Drag you over here. There we go. Now it loops. And what I can also do here is if I click this guy, I can click ping pong. Oh, hold on. I didn't click save. Ping pong. Okay. And then I click that. Now it goes back and forth. It's very freezy, which is fine. I think what I can do is if I click this loop, I think I can make the animation faster, which might help a little bit. If I go ahead and do speed up, slow down, and make it a little faster, I think I can do this guy here. Looks a little bit more like it's moving, right? A little bit better. But we're all good to go. So saying all of that, all right, ease in and out. And you're so lucky, completely calculated, obviously. The size of the platform is perfect for the spacing of the balls. Yeah, I somehow managed to just do it about right. So saying all of that, let's see. I'll go ahead and grab this guy. Ease, let's start with ease out. I think that would be best. I'm gonna go ahead and grab you. And then for our ease out, we have this guy center. And I think I'm gonna change the color as well. Someone suggested magenta, but since we already have that color, let's go ahead and do here. How about that pink? But I don't think that pink looks nice. How about this red instead? That could possibly be it. But let's go for, I think, this color for our ease out. And then let's have the floor be a green. There we go. Oh, too many greens. Do this. There we go. Okay. Saying all of that, we have our ease out, ease in. And then what I can do again is have this guy in the center. I'll go ahead and have you here. Like this, and I just want to make sure that it is the center. I grab you here and here. You can see how I'm trying to have the, it look. If I go, hold on, add this guy here. Does that work? Well, I'm trying to see all of the loop. There we go. This guy here, I'll go ahead and have this copy. Oh, wrong copy. If I go here, copy it, and then we go back into PureF. You can see. And do not miss frame by frame animation. Nice to see, and the control is satisfying though. It is. I've animated beforehand, like I said before, with Flash. I think this is how you do it in Flash, or at least with the Adobe version, where you could, yeah, I think it was Flash animation, where you could just use a graph instead to do back and forth. But this guy is this guy, the one I just did. This would be the linear. This is ease in and out. So now let's try to do ease out, I believe. And we can go ahead and do back in Aseprite. Definitely think it is. It's fun to look at and try to take apart why something is the way it is. We have our ease out, This is guy normal, this guy middle, this guy at the end. Let me also stretch this out so I can see it and everywhere. And we'll do this guy here. Okay, and what I also want to do is make the opacity higher here. The opacity step should be lesser, like maybe this. This should be a little bit easier to see. And then in front, that should work, or behind, Gaia. And here, what I'm wondering is why this pink guy looks the way it does. Oh, I see why. That makes sense. We'll grab you, fill you in, move you over, like this. And the middle one is a pixel to the right. Oh no. Thank you for pointing that out. It's very important. Let's see. You're fine, Sputnik. We can keep the, what is it? Topic on animation and pixel art. They're probably for the better. There we go. Much better, Lusk. Thanks for pointing that out. So ease in and out. That would be, if we take this guy here, we put him back in the middle. So this guy can come, oh, hold on. This guy, if I click this here, if we move it to the center, this guy would come here. Then we would have this guy, hold on, copy, paste. This guy would get moved here. And then we'd have this guy get moved here. Oh, wrong button. This guy, you, move you over here. And I almost fainted. Like I said, Sputnik, probably is supposed to do laid out. You don't sound too well. But here, ease in and out. But I don't think that's right. I think what it would instead be is you have that center right, ease in and out. I feel as if it'd be more akin to this, and I might have to modify it a little bit more since I wanted to do it more on frames, but this might have to do. I feel like it would be more like this. That doesn't seem right. Not right exactly. It looks right, but it doesn't feel right. Oh, I see why. I think what I have to do is do here. I do this one to the right. Yep. I do this one to the right as well, like this. And then as it's getting spaced out, it would look like this. And then I would copy this guy here, paste this guy, hold on, like this. I think what it's talking about is more referring to the distance. I think. Yeah, move frames closer. I think that's more of what it was. And why do you need a... I don't, Sputnik. This is for studying. That's what this is. Studying how animation works. I thought, and oh, I heard that sound. V and SK Nightstar, is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow on YouTube, and welcome to stream. Well, follow. Subscription on YouTube, but welcome. I think, or not I think, I know what I did wrong. If I go back into here, you can see pure F, yeah, pure F's fine. Yeah. That's what these study streams typically are. Just practice. My issue was, I tried to have a lot of the frames, what is it? Everything is on a frame. And let me go back into, let me zoom this over a little bit and do another draw. There we are. And I'll do it in, how about, let's do this color. Yeah, let's do, oh, if it'll let me. Let's do this purple, sure. Is that visible? Yeah, okay. What I was doing is that I had spaces, and that doesn't make sense. There's always gonna be a certain amount of number. As in, if I do this, the linear one's like this, where it's all the same. Mine, what I did for our ease out, or yeah, ease out. I had this guy here, I had this guy here, and then I just had this, which didn't make any sense. What I need to do is also fill this guy in. They all need to be on the same, what is it? They all need to be on this, they need to be present. Otherwise it looks like it's flickering. We don't want it flickering. It's just, yeah, one's linear, the other's parabolic. I assume what you mean by parabolic is these guys here, right? But parabolic is math terms. And those, there's something. There certainly are. The ease out is just closer. That's what it is. That's what these guys are. You can see it starts out really close and then it gets stretched. That would be ease out. Ease in would be reversing this. What I hope I can possibly do is just do this. And then I think maybe I can just do this. And then I think I can just do, hold on. If I do that and then hide you. Oh, I don't think it worked. This is the ease out copy, is it? Huh. Oh, never mind. Unhide that. I think I have to grab you from. Nope, that did not flip it, unfortunately. H, V, If I click this here, V, H, V. Unselect, V, H. There we go. H. Huh, okay, that worked. And then I can go ahead and grab this guy here, move you to the ease out, or ease in, which is this bottom one here. And if I do this here, it'll do it in reverse. Isn't that neat? And that's what you said before. I didn't know what you meant by parabolic, but I got there eventually, Escobar. Thank you, thank you. And isn't it about balance? It is indeed. And there's a feature of setting frames during durations is useful. It is if you know what you're doing. I don't quite. You can kind of see down there below me, and I'll slide over a little bit here at the bottom. It says something about the animations. It says 80 per millisecond / 720 milliseconds, and it says I have 9 frames. When I was looking, I think it is 100 milliseconds is 1/10 of a second, and usually animation is done 12 frames a second. But I think you would take that 1,000 and divide it by 12, and then you have your 12 frames a second. You need to go get some sleep. Hopefully you can catch the end. If not, thank you for sharing your journey. It's very encouraging. Thank you for coming, Kiyoki. I hope your sleep is lovely. And okay, I did read that. And how can you remember that? Pretty impressive. Yeah. Parabolic is a word I did not expect to hear. It's been a second, and oh boy, I didn't expect to hear it at all. So that's lovely. Thank you. If I go ahead and do this, I'll go ahead and delete you. And then, since we do know that that does work, I'll go ahead and delete that as well. And since this is our ease out, we need to add a mixture here. I'll go ahead and copy this guy. And this is equally spaced. So I'll just put this here. And I'll also put this here. Right? Oh, let me. This guy will go here. Like that. Huh, where'd it go? If I do this, huh. It won't let me see the last guy, but it would look something like this. And okay, I did read that. Lovely. This is our ease out. I can go ahead and duplicate this guy here, and this will be our ease in. Like that. What are we talking about? Parabolic. And I think parabolic is what they're referring to when they're talking about the graph. I'll show the graph again here. Here. It's the thing of, I remember what it looks like, I don't remember the word. I just know it's the graph thingy that controls the speed. We've done linear, we have done ease in, we've done ease out. Now we're gonna do ease in and out. And I'm curious about ease. What sets this guy and this guy apart? I don't think it matters too much, at least on the, surface level of looking at animation. I don't wanna go really in depth. That is not my plan today. I just want to get a simple overall understanding to hopefully apply in the future to my animations. It is not about learning and going into full courses. I just want to understand a little bit, enough to where I can look at it and understand, okay, that animation looks like an ease in, that animation looks like an ease out, things of that nature. And next, hyperbolic. Is that part of it, or are you just saying a really long word? Let's see. Look at a parabola and compare. It's basically a parabola cut in half. Let me type that in. Yeah, mathematic term. Yep, I figured. I said it the other day, but I had to take a math course for this stuff in college. And I know I need it. I need it too. I'm kind of familiar with it, but oh man, I did not like figuring out the graph things. Let's see. Parabola. There we go. Parabola graph. Yep, that's what this guy is. It's a lot of graphs. Let me drag it into here so you can see. And I think that maybe I could do a stream where we just talk about math and try to understand a little bit more. It's helpful information, but I think when you look at this stuff, it's very intimidating. And for me, at least, when I was studying this, I was thinking to myself, why do I need to learn this to become a game dev? Or it might be, why do I need to learn this to become an animator? And when you look at this, it's the thing of that, I don't need it. And then you need it. I wish the understanding and learning how to understand was a little bit more digestible. So maybe down the line, once I understand it, I can try to see if I can elaborate and make it a little bit more digestible. I think you don't know what's struggling to push squares, shapes into whole. Makes sense. You need it for electronics and stuff, not too bad, to be honest. Yeah, once you get the hang of it. I think that's always the case. When you're learning something new, it's a little hard, but once you understand it, you get it. You get it, you got it, you good. And all those ease terms are pretty easy to understand. Yeah, ease in means it has a smooth build up, yep, and it ramps up at the start. Ease out has a smoothing at the end. Yeah, those do make sense. When you tell me this animation eases in and eases out, that's easy to understand. But then you started talking about parabola, and I am lost. I am very lost. But it's a thing of just definitions. I can say, look, this graph has a swooshy bit at the top, swooshy bit at the end. Those are terms I can understand. I'll go ahead and we have this guy here. The ease in and out, that would be this guy here. And I'll go ahead and this is our ease. Ease in is as you're slowly going towards the end. So that would be this guy here. And I'll go ahead and grab you. And I should be able to do horizontal like this. Yes. So this is ease in, which would be this guy. Ease in, like that. Ease out would be, hold on, this guy here. And we'll move you up here, like that. And I'll move you up here as well. And yeah, never did just ease though. Did I? Isn't this ease? Or not that one. This, yeah, they're ease, right? When you're going in, it gets slower. And swoosh in, swoosh out, yeah. Those are words. And you mean that is how you describe speech and such? Yeah, you should learn terms, it's really useful. Linear, parabolic, quadric, logarithmic. I know logarithmic and I know linear. I do know those, and I definitely do want to get better at terms. My issue is terms usually have words, and trying to get better at learning those words, or not learning them, but remembering them. So I just end up going, what was that thing again? That does the thing with the thing. So I end up making my own words for what I'm talking about, since I find them a little bit easier. Let's see, you had a dream once that a parabola and not sine, cosine, tangent function for fighting, but you couldn't tell ya. I assume that was a math pun, if I had to guess. And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I'll go ahead and put this guy here. And then, what color can we make it? How about blue? I'll go ahead and do this guy. And now I know there's a way to set it. If I think I do edit, and then, oops, wrong button. Make sure I save too. If I do X, I think what I can do is change the color. If I go replace color, and then I can go from that to that. Yes, selected. All selected. Yes, apply. There we go, look at that. I applied it to all of these guys. Now, the background's not very easy to see. So let me go ahead and make it a little bit of a different color. I think that can help. It would be M. We're gonna go ahead and do this guy. Make him a little bit, oop, there we go. Not too easy to see. I'll make it darker. Something like that. And let's see. Look at those graphs and you understand why those are used to describe certain behaviors. I understand why those definitions are there, and I do find them handy. I do. It's just a matter of seeing them enough times for everything to sink in. And I'm excited the fact that I will be able to eventually. I just gotta get better at practice. I'm gonna link cells, I think. Yep, there we go. Now no more flashy. And did someone say math? Throws a smoke bomb and disappears. Yep. And sounds like a concept for a game. And no, just insanity. Oh, I see. And I know linear. A bit. I do get what you're saying though, Aseprite. If I go back to pure up here, you can see, where are we at? These guys here, yeah. Linear is something happens at the same time. Ease in, something happens a little bit faster at the beginning. Ease out, I think, is something happens a little bit faster at the end, or just the speed up. It's about the timing. Sometimes there's a timing in the middle. It's just about seeing which one you like. That's my understanding of it, the briefest understanding of it. Do not feed your ideas, you're full already. I see. Ideas come in all shapes and sizes. This, I think the color I'll change for the background. Let's do instead maybe this color. No, maybe a yellowish color would be a little bit better. Maybe, ooh, that does not look right. Maybe something like this. And hi, Saphian. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. I hope you've been doing well. That is how you say it, right? I believe. Saphian? I feel like that's right. That feels right. I don't know if it is though. I think. Like that. Yup. Lovely. I figured it out. It's in my head now. This is linear. This would be, let's see, ease in. This would be ease out because it's going faster. It's speeding up as it's leaving. This is speeding up as it's entering. And then we have the bottom one, which is both ease in and ease out. And how do you do that? I think what we have to do is just duplicate this guy. I think we duplicate this guy here. I think we take this copy here, this copy here. We go ahead and just do one of these moves here. Oops. Did I select all of them? Hold on. No, I didn't. Looks like a, what is it? Like a little mirror. And let's just say you passed your math exams in university. Don't ask you how, but you passed for try. I did too. I passed my exams. My issue is I do it and then I forget everything I learned. And then at that point, it's a thing of, well, now I have to learn everything all over again. I learn enough, or I get it enough, and then I just, it happens. It happens in day-to-day. this would be ease in and out. And then if we look here, they're moving in. I do like how it looks like it's crossing though. Isn't that neat? Sometimes it just gets me to wonder, this is Pixelart. I do like it. Okay, saying all of that now, this would have to be in, and then once we get to the center, so this would be ease out. Oops. This is right. This is ease in copy. This is ease out copy. Ah, Gaia. This is this guy here then. What we would do then is for this guy here, the ease out, that's this one here, for ease, I think I got the names wrong. Ease out is when it's going faster, I think. Right, no, they're all going faster, right? But ease out is when you're going faster as you're leaving the place, as you're going out. And as you're coming in, it's like, what is it called? Stopping at a stoplight. When you're leaving the stoplight, that is ease out. When you're going towards the stoplight, that is easing in. My best understanding of it. So this, in this case, if I hide these guys, because I'm getting a little bit confused, this guy is easing in, which means towards the end, it gets slower. Is that correct? That's why I'm checking for the names. It looks like it's getting, this is ease out, is what I'm guessing. This is ease out. Ease out. And then this guy here is ease in. Let's see, hold on. If I hide this guy here, don't want to confuse myself. Yeah, it seems to be ease in. Ease in. Because this guy here, and I don't know why I can't see it from the, oh, I know why. In front of Sprite. There we go, yeah. This guy, if we look here, yeah. This guy has more here, this guy's more here. Yeah, okay. Saying all of that, then we have the two copies. And then, since this is easing in as you're going into the stoplight, going out of the stoplight. So in would be this guy here. We can get rid of all of these guys here. And then because this is out, we can go ahead and do this. You know that ease just means another motion? Yeah, so ease in is starting smoothing and ease out is ending smoothing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Really, you still know every word. Math thing plus thing equals brain melt. You gotta go. Thank you for coming, Sputnik. Thank you. Here, and why are these two a little wonky? I have this guy here, and then I have this guy here. Oh, hold on. Let me undo it a little bit. Go back here. Okay, let's see. We have a name for that. Translated word something like cram, memories, pass, forget. They all start with Z in Polish, so it sounds better, but you think you get the idea? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I did great in school, but my memory, oh man, I never remembered. Ease out. We have this tiny guy, ease out copy. Yeah, okay. And this guy controls this one controls this one. Okay. This guy here, we take the beginning of this guy, we don't take the ending of this one, we take the beginning of this one. There we go. Nope. Huh. I feel like that's right. Hold on. Would it be this then? Are you happy with this? Oh, that makes sense. Okay. This guy is, if I look back here, we need the ease in and ease out. Now that I understand it. We start here, and then we go continue. Okay. This guy here is our reversed. This is in. This one's in, this is out. The names are wrong. Since this one is in, we would take the end of this one. And since this one's out, we would take it like this. Like that. And then if I merge this, or first delete this like this, and then hold on, like that, take the beginning of that one, delete the ending of this one. There we go. Figured it out. Eventually. Ease in and out. Okay, you think it's easy to understand the concept by visualizing fading in and fading out and applying it to motion? I do think so too. Like, is it for me at least? For how I think of in and out, and I'll show you as well. I did say it before, but let me zoom in a little bit. Did y'all hear? I think of a stop sign, and when you stop the car at the stop sign, and hold on, it will just, yep, this works. The stop sign. When you're coming into the stop sign, it is in, and when you're leaving the stop sign, I see that as out. That's how I see it as. Oh, hold on, like this. That's what I feel when I think ease in, ease out. When you're going into the stop, when you're coming out of the stop, or like you said, just fading in, fading out. That's what I'm thinking. When I hear those words, that's what I think of. Let me get some water. Alrighty. All that said, let's go back into Aseprite. And I'll go ahead and merge this guy down. And then we need a new color. I'll go ahead and turn this guy off. And wait, isn't it the opposite? Is it? Hold on. Let me see. Might not be. Oh, it might be. I might have the words reversed, but that's what it, when I hear it, that's what I think. Let's see. Ease in graph. Ease in ball. let's check. I don't want to be wrong. As if that would be something I would definitely need to know for sure. All right, ease in, ease out, the basics. They don't want to give me any gifts for ease in, ease out. Ease in ball gift. How about that? Will you do that instead? You think the ease in is starting slow and easing out is ending slow, but now you're confused? Oh no. That's not good at all. Hold on. Let me see if I can find something to hopefully clear it up, as again, it's not good if all of us are confused. One of us needs to know things. I'm looking for possibly a thing to show, and I'm not seeing anything. If I go here, let me see a little bit better. Timing, nope. We're looking for ease in and out, but I'm trying to find it. Maybe I can look here instead. Let me see. I won't spend too long on it, but I do want to make sure it's understood. Ease in and out. Ease in and out. There we go. Animation. Let's see. This will hopefully give us... Okay. Hold on. Let's make sure we're all on the same page here. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. I'll click play here. You should be able to hear it now. All right? Okay. If I click play or refresh first, should be able to be audible. If I click this, right?
On the 12 principles of animation. It allows animators to make
I just want to see. This would be ease in.
Or comes to a
that one.
This
all
video
right.
will briefly explain
I just want to see which one's which. That's
all
all I want to know.
Looking at these
ease in,
circles,
ease out.
Like
which one?
at different speeds,
Let's see. This one looks the same. We're easing out. Okay.
If we look at the
this is very loud. Hold on.
We can see that each frame
there we go. That's linear. Evenly's linear. If I remember. Yep. Okay. The beginning and end is the ease in and out. I do remember that. The one where it exits is out. One where it enters is in. Okay. 3 together. Yeah. Okay. So far, but I'm not hearing ease in, ease out. He doesn't say it. No. This would be ease in. Would it not? As it's going down, this is ease in because it's coming to a stop. Wasn't loud for us. Now you can't hear it. Hold on. There we go. I didn't hear any explanation of ease in and out. But from my understanding, looking at this here, I believe this is ease in because it's going into the animation. This is how I describe it. If you're there, Escobar, if you could elaborate a little bit. But that's my understanding. It wouldn't be too hard to change the words if that isn't the case. Right now, since I can't find something to better explain it, that's what I'm gonna go with right now. Just in, it's coming to in. This is coming into the animation, so I believe that is in. But I could be wrong. This is all a learning process. So go back into here. And yep, it wasn't loud for us. Now you can't hear it. I see. Yeah, audio is a little wonky, but it's a learning process. That should be correct. When you're braking at a stop sign, you ease in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's more like a stop sign. Yep, ease in, ease out. And you think there's a Richard Williams one with a penny also describing it? Possibly. I'll see if I can find it towards the ending, as that's what it sounds like to me. But we'll see. Oh, look at that. Never mind. I found something. I'll show you. Here we go. Look at this. Car. I was right on the money with that one. You should be able to see it though. Ease, ease. Ease in. Yeah, you're going in. You're slowing down. Ease out. Oh. It might be reversed. Hold on. Now I'm even more confused. Huh. Ease in. You're slowing down as you're coming in, right? Yeah. Huh. Yeah, no, that did not help. That did not help one bit. Not at all. Learning's great, isn't it? It's wonderful. I'll have to look more into it, but I don't think it matters too much at the moment, but I would like to get clarification later. So I will. The in and out, that's 50-50. I have a 50-50 chance of being right. Well, we'll go with that for now. I think it's okay. The point is that one slows in, one gets slower as it moves, one gets slower in, slower out, or fade in, fade out. Those are the two. That's what's important here. Saying that, let me grab my pen, but this would be timing and spacing. Saying all of that, what's the next one? Let's see. If we go back into paragraph here. If you can link it though, Cod, I can look at it. Because again, I don't want to spend too much time just trying to search for ease in and out. It's right now, but about 2 hours left. Yeah, 2 hours left. I do want to spend some time on sub-pixel animation. So not too much on these. Let's see. Timing and motion, anticipation. I remember anticipation, but let's double check. If anticipation is when I believe you're waiting for it, you know what's gonna happen, and it's so easy. Right? Oh, so easy. Here's anticipation. Here we go. Try not as much. Anticipation is you're getting ready for it. That's what it seems to be. Shows the amount of force for the action. Helps prepare the viewer for the action. When you know it's gonna happen, and you didn't mean to prolong this, no, Cod. I think it's important to know what definitions are to words I'm using. It is very important to know. And you found the gift from online Brazilian tech school. Can you send it on Discord? Discord would be better. That way I can drag and drop it from a GIF. Thank you, Husk. That would be handy. If you could message it to me, that'd be the quickest. Just message it to me on Discord, and that'll be helpful for as much clarification as we can get. I do get anticipation though. Try to add as much as you can. Shows the amount of force for an action. Makes sense. It shows when you're about to do it. I think it would be, anticipation would be, for example, maybe the wind up as something's about to happen. I think is how you would best describe anticipation. And let me do a quick Google. So I'll bring it back over to Pure. Yeah, not Pure. Yeah, Pure. And I see. Got ya. Okay. Ease in, ease out. Open browser. Do we finally get clarity on it? Let's see. I'll click this here. Visit site. Hold on. I'm opening it up. There we go. And I'll go back into to do this guy here. Oh, wrong guy. Hold on. Dragging you around everywhere today, aren't I? I definitely do think this is fun though. At least learning more about animation. And let's see. The calories from all the food you've burned from using brain more than usual. And you have the schoolwork, so you have to go. Good luck with fulfilling the prophecies of the animation gods and not going balls in the crosses. Ball crazy, do you mean? I don't get that one. And you remember this way, easing in is slow start, and fast end is ease out. Fast start, slow and end. Ease in and ease out. Slow start, end. The gift. Yes, I did see the gift. This guy down here. Linear is the same. Ease is when it goes in and out. Ease in, let's see. Ease out. Ease, it goes faster. Ease in and out. I feel like it's going slower. Ease out as it's leaving, right? This guy here eases in and out. It goes slower when it's here. Slower or faster? I kind of see it though. Kind of, sort of. All right, back over to where we at. Aseprite. Here we go. And I'll try to read that a little bit better. You remember them the easy way. Ease in equals slow start and fast end. Ease out equals fast start. Got ya. You're bad. You thought the comment would retain where the lines end? That's where I'm a little confused though. That's okay. And you're going slower. In goes slower when entering the animation. Out goes slower when exiting. Okay, yeah. Out, exit. That makes sense. In, enter. Makes sense. That's a lot better. Thank you for that one. That one's a lot better. Yeah. As you're going into the animation, you go slower. As you're going out of the animation, you go slower. Makes sense. Makes a lot more sense. In that case, these guys here, because they're closer together, that means slower, doesn't it? It could be. Again, I'm trying to understand animation a little bit better here. But I believe this ease in, if I click this guy here again, as it's getting, and I'm looking here, I think if I click this guy here, opacity, in front of sprite, opacity step, 100%, 0%. I mean, the skinning is definitely interesting, isn't it? And when do the cars come in? All day, every day. And it goes slower in entering the anime. Okay, to read that. Lovely. Okay. Where do the cars come in? Every day. I do think that is, it's interesting I thought of cars, and then it actually turned out to be something of cars. And let's see if it's more readable. Ease in equals slow start and fast end. Ease out equals fast start and slow end. Ease in and out equals slow start / end and fast and middle. Yes, that makes it a lot easier to understand. 100%. My ease in here is, and this loop bit, I think I have the settings wrong or something. This doesn't seem too nice. About here, I think, opacity step, that, where it's all here, this would be, it gets slower as it's leaving. So this would actually be ease out. Is that it, right? Because as it's leaving, it's getting slower, and then it speeds up. I think that's it, right? So I think the pink one is ease out, and the blue one's ease in, I think. If I'm understanding it correctly now. Slowly but surely. Ease out. Because as you're slowing down, you're slowing on your exit. And because this blue is entering this area here, it is an ease in, I think. And let's see, where are we at? Oh, well, this blue guy up here. There we go. Ease in. Okay, I can sleep soundly at night knowing that a little bit better now. Having a little bit more certainty on that definitely does help. So saying all of that, what I'll go ahead and do now is I can, let's see, we're now doing, if I go back up here, it would be anticipation. And red would be ease in because it starts slow and gets faster as it approaches the end. Red? Do you mean the pink one? Or you think? Let's see, ease in because it starts slow and gets faster as it approaches. Or do you mean what is it? No. I'm a little lost on that one. And the red one was linear. Red ball. Do you mean, hold on, this guy here? This one here? But that one's linear. It stays the same. But again, I'll go back here. And right. Next up is anticipation. How could we show anticipation? The anticipation is kind of leading the person, I would say. For example, maybe an Aseprite, I see. This guy here is what you're talking about, if I had to guess. And you're saying red would be ease in. Did I get that right? No. I went reversed. It might be ease in because it starts slow and gets faster. Okay. The more frames that are together, the slower it is. Is that how it is? Frames that are closer together are slower. I think that's how it works. Let's see. And if I go here, I feel like there was a graph I looked at to show it. If I look, and I'm looking, all right, here, nope. Got ya. Okay, that makes a lot of sense then. Then because all of these guys here are together, slower. I go back on my ease in and ease out. There we go. Ease out. Ease in. There we go. That's nice to have clarity. Makes a lot of sense. Got ya. And you're back. You thought this was ball bouncing, now it's rolling? You don't know anything anymore? I said this was a ball stream. I didn't say it was a ball bouncing stream. Gotta be a little bit more specific there. But it is a rolling one, yep. Indeed. This was about figuring out timing and animation. And I'm glad I have a little bit more clarity. And I want to make sure I understand as well. If I were to do this, and I'll just make a new layer here, we will slide this guy over and extend this guy here. I just want to make sure. I do want to understand. I think that is important. I want to know I can apply what I just learned. If I go in here, make this guy a little less here. Oh, actually I'll use this, where are we at? This guy here? Or let's use this guy here. It's gliding, not rolling. It's sliding. And is this live? It is. Hi. Hold on. Samuel Storch? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Welcome. It is indeed live. Otherwise, I would be cutting a lot of me. A lot of me going back and forth between certain things and not certain things. I think that's why, though, when we do the ball, we do slow. Yeah, okay. When you go here, it would be fast as you're dropping towards. You have gravity. So you would start here, and then you would end, for example, maybe where are we at? Here, you'd be at the end, and then you might have a bit of a drop up here. Hold on, and then you have an end here, like this. And then if I click this guy here, we have this guy in the middle. Oh, if it'll let me. Where's my... If I click this, does it make it easier for me to see? It won't let me see the... Oh, there we go. That's better. We put that guy there, and now I can't see a thing. Interesting, okay. What I want to happen is I want it to go faster as it's falling towards the ground. And I don't know why this guy here is... I think I messed up my settings here. I need to learn how to reset that, I think. As my onion skinning looks a little off. It shouldn't be a slide here, but somehow it is. We'll have to reset that afterwards, but it's okay. I don't know why it is yet. Not too sure. But I want to happen is this guy to get faster as it's going towards the end. Because it's speeding up because gravity. So I would have this guy here. And if it's speeding up, then that would mean there's a lot of stuff here at the start. And then it would be a snap, wouldn't it? So for example, I think it would be maybe something like, if I do maybe this guy here in the middle, before it snaps to the bottom. And then I have this guy here, about there. And this guy here about here, it would go fast and then it would go slow. So if I go ahead and do just this here, grab that there, back to the bouncing ball. I'm just trying to understand. It does look like it's accelerating as I'm looking at it. Let me move the loop a little bit so you can see what I mean, doesn't it? And what I want to do, just to double check and see, I am curious, if I duplicate this guy and I make this into green guy here, slide this over, and low frames in higher speeds and bigger spaces between balls. Low frames and higher speeds. You could elaborate on that a little bit more. I think I understand what you mean. Right now, it seems to be high frames faster. High frames equal high. Oh no. High frames seem to be increasing slower. High frames are slow, more slow. Yeah. High frames are slow. Less frames are faster because it looks like it's teleporting, which should mean more speed, right? If I'm understanding it, I'll go ahead and grab all of these guys. Go back here. If I go ahead and do replace color from, hold on. If I grab you, or it won't let me grab you, and then I'll just grab, I do this, you, oh, hold on, you, there we go. And then I can go ahead and do edit and adjustments, replace color, there we go. The more frames, the slower, yeah, okay, good, that is good. I'm getting it then. More frames equals slow. You know what? I will write that down as well. I feel like that's important for future reference for me. I'll go back into your up then, just so I can write that down. Thank you for that, Samuel. I think that's what we've been trying to figure out for the past almost hour. Slowly but surely, understanding's happening at the very least. That's correct. The more it looks like it's teleporting. Okay, good. Okay, let's see. More frames, frames, F-R-A-M-E-S. More frames equal slow, L-O-W. Fast frames, F-A-S-T. Fast frames, R-A-M-E-S. Fast frames. Hold on. Let's see, can I? Oh, it won't let me. Unfortunate. Can I erase this or you won't let me erase it? Draw. I would like to erase you. There we go. Not fast frames. Fast goes over here. Fast, A-S-T, and less. There we go. S-S. Less. Right? And let's see. Moving direction because because is moving more distance at the same time. Got ya. And the more frames, the slower. It's just vectors. I'm getting it. I'm slowly getting it. For example, if I go back here well, that's ease in and that's ease out. But more frames equals slower. I do this. As it's leaving, this would be ease. All of this here would be ease out. And then this would be ease in, right? I think all of these are frames. Every one of these lines is a frame. Because the more frames are in the beginning, you're easing out as you're leaving that animation to go to the next one. And if I go back into here, we go back into Aseprite. And we go back into here. What I want to try doing is if I do V, I think, and then I grab you here. I want to move this guy up. I think I can. Here. They look a little silly. Hold on. This is the base one here. If I do this, oh, hold on. Like that. It would start here then. Like this. And then this guy here. Oh, you're not moving in the same direction at all. Okay. That doesn't work the way I want it to then. That's okay. I'll just grab you then and have you start here. Have you start here and your end is here. Your end is here. Like that. There we go. And question, a little confused on that one. But let's see. Here. That makes sense. This one here is faster here. What I would do here then is if I do this here, I have this guy that moves medium-wise. This would be the teleport that happens about here. And I realize this guy here would need to be erased or, will you let me erase you? There we go. Lovely. That would be the teleport at the end. And then as this guy's moving downwards, we have the halfway point here. Like this. It looks a little silly though. You're confused on this? I'm trying to figure out easing in and easing out. I think I did though, as far as timing is concerned. This would be, and you can see, it's going faster as it's hitting the ground. I'm trying to do the reverse. The ball of sands again. It's dribbling, isn't it? As I'm going here, let's see. And I want to turn this off so I can see. This goes here, this is down here. As it's going down, we go down, down, and then, that's what it is. Hold on. This guy does not do that. This guy does this as I'm moving up a little bit here. And then we have this guy, which is here. There we go. It looks like it's floating now. That is interesting. I want to have this guy move here. Have this guy move, hold on. This guy move here. And have this guy move about here. There we go. It definitely feels like it's going slower, doesn't it? This would be ease in. Because it's going slower as it's moving towards the bottom. And that's ease in, since you have the momentum trying to overcome, using a lot of big words here, inertia. Okay, you did do brackets. A ball starting to move from standing still. Yeah. Well, the idea is that it's just in space, right? But I do get what you're saying. The ease in. The one I'm doing would be ease in, right? That is from my understanding. Because we're easing into it hitting the floor. That's the idea. And inertia. I did say that, right? Or no, inertia. Big word. Exactly. I think I get what you're saying though, Samuel. Is that correct? The green one is ease in. Pink is ease out, right? So far. Yes, said it right. Good. Got ya. Good. Okay, good news. I'm learning. That's always step one. That's great news. This guy's a little floaty, but it's a-okay. Alrighty, saying all of that, anticipation. Oh, welcome back, Escobar. For you, easing in and easing out is easiest to understand mathematically. That makes sense. In movement, it means ease in means the first frame starts in a small distance, and each frame doubles the distance move until you reach the maximum speed of the object. Ease out does the opposite. You start with the max distance per frames, and then in the end, you half the speed until you reach the stop. Makes sense. And timing and pronunciation. Yup. Okay, good. By the way, it's easier to see if the GIF loops back from frame 1 instead of reversing. Is it reversing now? Hold on. It is. Thank you for pointing that out. There we go. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yup. This one looks like it's floaty. This one looks like it's snappy. That's good to know. Thank you for pointing that out, by the way. And I get what you're saying, Escobar. It's a lot of, what is it? Math, half timing. I do get what you're saying. Okay, good. Learning, we're getting there. Okay, saying all of that, anticipation. Anticipation, I think, and it said it was described as, and let me pull it up and see. If we go here, hold on. Anticipation, hold on. A-N-T-I-C-I-P-A-T-I-O-N. Give it a second. Anticipation, animation, GIF. There we go. Anticipation. When you expect something to happen. I think that's the best way to describe it. When you're looking for. And if I go back here to Pura, I can show you. Anticipation would be, if I drag this guy out, the anticipation is the wind up. It's when he's getting ready to run. You see him moving, about to go. So I think, for example, maybe if the ball, how would we describe, or how would we do anticipation for the ball? And okay, I did read that. And you feel left out with all this big brain? No worries, Samuke. It's something. I'll try to explain it a little bit, but we are moving on, but let's see. The idea is that it all comes down to speed. That was the animation principle of timing and motion. The idea is that the more frames that you put closer together, the slower something feels. Slower, right? That's what I did put down there. Yes, more frames equals slower. The idea is that this guy feels slow here and here. This guy feels normal all the way throughout. If you want to only feel slow as it's going out of here, that would be ease out, right? I mean, if I put that there. As you want it to, yeah, I feel like that's right. It looks right. But depending on how you do it, for example, this is falling. This would be, yeah, the ball falling. That makes sense. I try to explain things, and that's what I do. That's what I'm trying to do at the very least, is that more I explain it, the better I can get at it. That's good news. Ease out as it's going faster. Yep, okay. Faster because it's hitting the ground here because there's less. Okay, you understand and appreciate the intent, but now you just feel that's okay. Maybe one day I'll get better. Don't you worry. It's all about practice. Anticipation, though. How can we anticipate these? Yep, Smudge, that's what it all comes down to. This ball guy. Anticipation. Okay, I got an idea for that one. High FPS makes your computer slower too. FPS, I've tried to understand it in the past, and I'm getting better at learning it. The frames, learning how to, learning how to measure the frames and things of that nature. Slowly but surely. I'll go back to the Aseprite here. Anticipation, how could we do anticipation? What I'm thinking is, and I will grab, hold on, animation here, and I'll go back to here, and then we have, if I zoom out a little bit, our squash and stretch. I'll bring that guy back, and I'll rename him, and I'll rename it to anticipation. A-N-T-I-C-I-P-A-T-A-O-N. Anticipation, here we are. Double click you, and reopen. And I'm curious to see as well, for my ball, as it's, yeah, I think that is what I did. I have a lot of animation here as it's going down, because this is, well, no, it shouldn't. This is going up. No, yeah, that makes sense. Because it's like a ball being dropped. If you were a person, you're standing on a ledge up here, and you were dropping a ball, you would expect this motion, because you're starting from the top to bottom. That's what this is showing. And Aseprite's such a good program. It is indeed, eh? And okay, I did read that. Lovely. You wouldn't expect this action if it was from going from bottom to up, because you're not going, I'm getting it. I think I am, at the very least. Let's see. If I do, hold on, new frame here. The idea is that this ball works this way because you're dropping it. The ball would work differently if you weren't dropping it. You prefer window paint yourself? Paint? I've tried paint before. And anticipation with the ball is really hard, because if it's too simple for that, anticipation relies on the experience of a user, like the run you showed. Yeah, it works because people saw countless people do the movement before running. With the ball, there is no anticipation in that sense. The most anticipation you have is the squash on hitting the surface, because you only anticipate the bounce of something. That's true. I think anticipation could be maybe if the person was holding the ball and they dropped it. Something like that. And hi, Chris Grow. I feel like I've seen that name before. Welcome to stream. Maybe what we can do for anticipation is new empty frame, new frame. There we go. Take it out of the loop for a second. Get rid of the ball. And I think what we can do is if I do new frame, grab the ball here. It starts here. Okay. I'm thinking. That guy goes down. Okay, that wouldn't work. What I have in mind. In that case, anticipation. I guess we can start over. I'll go ahead and delete this guy. All right, anticipation. I feel like if we had some sort of creature or something, and let's see, tossing up a ball. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Some sort of person tossing up a ball. And hi, Maze Days. There we go. Welcome to stream. Or maybe at the very least, what we could do is have, and I'll undo this again, is we have this guy here. We have, if I do new frame, delete this here, and have, no, actually, this is fine. We'll do this, like that. New frame, if I slide this guy over. This is a single frame, yep. And then I'll have a new frame here. Oh, new frame, there we go. This guy on top, what I'll do is I'll have a little button. And let's see, you don't know about drop, but throw with force, like a pitcher in baseball. I have heard that example before. You can't keep up, just don't belong. You're trying your best at least. As long you're trying, Samuke. You're trying, Samuke. And I really do appreciate it. I'm trying to explain it as best I can. This is something I'm still trying to understand as well. This is, sometimes learning streams come more intuitively to me than a little bit less. But you're more just enjoying the company. I do appreciate it. Anticipation, I think, would be if you had this big button here, right? The big button that gets pressed. I think that would count as anticipation. And I'll do this here. Like this, like that. And what I'm thinking is, it's just a big button here. And this button will have another frame here. And the button gets pressed. Like this. Like that. And then when the button gets pressed, then it goes up. Like this. Like that. So if I don't know why I'm doing that. I can do this. Place this guy here, drag this here, and have it be link. Where are we at? New empty frame. Nope. I should be able to link it, I think. Right click, link. There we go. Like this. And then if I drag you here, like this, anticipation. And for physics engines every day, physics engines do help. They really do. This is what I'm thinking happens. The button gets pressed, the ball jumps up. That would be anticipation, wouldn't it? You expect something to happen? Or maybe if the ball jumps up, you would expect a piston to push the button up. Things like that, I think, would be anticipation. And And let's see. Yeah, the button goes down. Then you have the ball. Actually, I feel like at least when this guy goes down here, yeah, it's swished. Yeah, okay. And hi, Toak. Welcome, welcome. You're still here and still no ball? What do you mean? It's right there. right there. And when impact frames and the ball crashes with the ground count is anticipation, I think anticipation is more the wind up. It's the beginning. And so yeah, it's the beginning. I think the afterwards would be something different. And joking, I see. Oh, I know you are. And okay, no you can't. Where did the button come from? I just talked about the button. The button is here to show anticipation. That's my hope at the very least. And I'll go ahead and do a new frame as well. New frame. The idea is that when the button is pressed, the ball goes up. Winding it. Yeah, it's the winding in. It's what happens before things get off. And I'll go ahead as well and make this guy a background to make it a little bit, hopefully, easier to see what's going on. I'll go ahead and copy you here, link you here, like that. When the button gets pressed, anticipation. Now let's see, the ball should hit the button. Oh, well, that wouldn't be anticipation, would it? Activate and throw itself up again? I don't know about that one. Let's see, that gets dropped. It goes from being here, let's see, here, starts here, and then it goes up. Okay. What I'm thinking then, maybe, yeah, okay. This guy here, when this guy gets pushed down, that's when the ball starts. This guy gets deleted. We don't need you. This guy gets pushed. As it's getting pushed, it's going down. I think that's the anticipation. The perpetual movement. The ball should hit the button. Okay, did say. You think the animation purposes, the button's a bit too abstract? You could use a pinball shooter as an example? Or as anticipation. Yeah. Like, if I do this. I'm guessing this is what you mean. If I do this. Something like, and I grab this guy here as well. Grab you. Oh, hold on. If I move you here, like this, and I make this a little bit bigger, make that a square, something like, and I'll grab a line as well, something where this guy gets pushed. So something to this extent of, we have a little bar here that is pulled back, there's a wind up, and then, let's see, this guy gets pulled here, this guy gets pulled up, moves, and as that moves, like that, anticipation, that's the idea there, is there's some sort of, what is it, stick that's pushing it up, and once the stick hits, it goes up. Once the stick hits, like that, and then, I think if I copy that guy, copy this guy, that works a little bit better, and showing it, anticipation is the beginning, it's the start. And I think if I do link cells like this, there we go. Okay, I think that works. This kind of starts up, and then as it's going down, I think this would get unlinked, and we can just slide this guy down. We'll delete you, like this, and move you down to where you were, like here. So as it's going up, it then goes back down, like this. I think that works a little bit better, like that, and here. There we go, and link, like that. Do you think? Something like pinball, yeah. And is it like stretching too much on its way down? Gravity force is not that much? Not that much, but I wanted to exaggerate it. That's why I did that exaggeration. That was the idea there. The idea behind this is that it's a anticipation. A spring system with a plank on top. Do you mean like a piston? Something like that? Or I do remember pinball. That'd be a little spring here, right? That you pull, and as you're pulling it, you let go. So in that case, it might be something like this, and then you would pull it back even more. I'll go ahead and make a new frame here. Even more, and then you hit it. You start here, you then pull it back, and then it goes immediately as a snap. And that would be that snap. This would be the snap here. You would wait a second probably, like that, kinda. In reality, gravity force is not that much, but reality is boring. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier with animation. You can do things that are realistic if that's what you're going for, but for me at least, I like when things are exaggerated. The more exaggeration, the better. I think it gets across the ideas a little bit more. That's why I tend to do exaggeration. But the issue is, you can't exaggerate if you don't know what the truth of reality is. How can you expect to morph reality if you don't know what reality looks like? You're just morphing something. And you don't talk about your reality as boring, but you don't know. But don't. I see. So I'll have this guy here. This guy then goes back in time, hits it, and as it hits it, it goes up. It goes up, 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 and I'll go ahead and delete this guy here. It hits it. I'll have it stick around for a second, and then, yeah, that's good. It hits it. And then once it goes down, or as it hits down, it goes back to being, yeah, I think this works. It hits it. And that can be here, and then here. Delete it, copy this, paste this, link you to, and I think that works. If I extend, link, there we go. Like that. That would be anticipation and animating, not simulating. I see, got ya. You left for a minute, now you have a stick. The button idea wasn't too good, and it is for you to stick around. I see, I see. I think this gets across anticipation though. The idea is that you have one action leading to another action. Whether it's the pitcher winding up for a ball as it's throwing the ball, so the action is throwing the ball, but the wind up or the anticipation is them winding up. For this example, or at least what I tried to do, the idea behind it is that the pinball winds up and then it hits it. You love animation shows compared to live action? Power of exaggeration is strong. It is. It's one of my favorites. Oh, the puns. That's great. Okay, I'm getting it. Now with all of that said, what I want to do is see about the next one. That's anticipation. Got ya, got ya. Next up is staging. We can skip staging. Kinda, sorta. Staging, how I best understand it, is the surroundings. Since we're just dealing with the ball, we'll skip staging. Let's see. And I'll bring it back to here. If I go if I bring here. What's staging? I'm moving back over there. Staging's on here. The way I saw it described is the environment. Again, with how you're telling a story, staging could be how can I describe this? Let me see if I can see if there's any guess for it. That'd be a little bit better. Staging, fall through, easing, secondary. Nope. Okay, that's fine. If I go back here, I would say staging is like telling a story. Back here, staging is, and I'd say this, and it's kind of anticipation too. If we go back to this guy, I feel like the anticipation is when the crab looks at the hand. And staging is also us first looking at the hand. We're looking at this guy. This guy's moving. This is the crab's moving. We're seeing the crab walk in. We're seeing it moving. Maybe if only one was moving. For example, maybe the crab is already here. As staging is placing things in the right positions. And it would be nice. Pixelart. There we go. Just draw the lamp. I feel like that could have been an animation test. All right, let's see. Oh wait, until you get to follow through, it would blow your mind. We'll see. You're going to watch a stream you understand for a bit, then you'll come back. Please don't add a sticker or button, just make it impossible for a brain. I make no problems, Samuke. Thank you for staying as long as you did. Thank you all the same. I think that's what staging would be though, is areas, as you're thinking about areas. I remember seeing as well, if I go back here and draw, this guy here, let's just take a person. This is 10 to 10 pixel right here. You take a person and you say they're a rich person. How can you tell they're a rich person? Maybe they have a bag of money right here. That'd be staging, adding things to show off portions of what you're trying to convey. If it's an animation, for example, staging might be, let's see. How could you show it for staging? Let's see. That is a good question. Let's find the answer. And you can't anymore, just can't. Yeah. Oh, it's 100% understandable. Truly. Right, staging, S-T-A-G-I-N-G, 12 principles, P-R-I-N-C-I-P-L-E-S, A-N-I-M-A-T-I-O-N. Animation. Let's see. Images, staging, Yeah, it's the way you frame things. And I think it's not in just an animation, but in any art medium, depending on what you're trying to show. I think this one's a good example here. Like, oh, if it'll let me. What are we supposed to be looking at? Are we looking at these guys here or this guy here? Depending on who moves, that would be staging, I think is the best way to say it. You're trying to tell the story, and the story you're trying to tell, where's the eye looking? Are we looking at the guys up here, or are we looking at this guy down here? If this guy moves, our eyes are going to be here. If they both move at the same time, you might not know where to look. So what I'm thinking of, yeah, staging and framing. That would be something more art. Well, animation is art. But when I think about art, I think in 2/3 and 3. And when you're framing things in art, I forget what it's called, but there's something called the perfect ratio when it comes to art. And that's kind of, this is your canvas, your art canvas. Most people say put your art here. Some people say, depending on what you're going for and what you're trying to get the viewer to look at, you might put it here at a cross line. Pixelart. Exactly. You're trying to get the viewer to do what you want. That's what I feel like staging is just summed up, is that, all right, I want the viewer to watch this person fall. So I'll have the person almost trip. That might be anticipation. Maybe they don't trip the first time. And then as they're walking, maybe people show up and then they fall. And as they fall, maybe other people come into the frame and laugh at them, which would be this. As fortunate as it is, I feel like that would be staging. You're setting the stage like you're a director. All right, let's see. Follow through and overlapping actions. Okay. This one, I think we saw before. Follow through overlapping. Do I have any on here? Lovely, I do. Go here. All right. I did not know this was the name, but I understand this. And I can show you as well. If I go back here, where are we at? In Aseprite? I think I have a good idea for how to show this. If I were to do a super elastic ball, maybe what happens is, and if we go back to, hold on, I'll go ahead and save this, and then I can go ahead and open, where are we at? Squash and stretch, timing and spacing. I think this is the guy that we did. Yeah, lovely. Okay, I'll go ahead and open you. I'll go ahead and close you, copy you, paste you, and I will name you follow through. Follow through. THROUGH. Follow through. I think falling through is, and there's different ways you can do it as well. I've seen some people use the feather idea where as you're moving your head, or even when you see me, when I'm moving my head is moving, but my hair is falling through on the actions of me moving my head. That would be follow through. Things going together, kind of sticking together, whether it's feathers or hair. When I'm moving the hair doesn't move on its own. The head moves the hair. Things like that when they stick together. Okay, then you're back. Welcome, welcome, Samuke. You're still scared? Everything will be fine. You'll say 100%. And no scary things here. No, I would no. You'll be okay. I'll go ahead and get rid of linear here, the ease in and out, since this is the new layer. We don't need the ease out. What we need is the ease. If I click again, it would be if I click play, it would be, oh, hold on. The loop, there we go, like this. There we go. Oh, isn't that neat? Looks like it's going back and forth. It's slowly coming in. We need the one that goes slowly coming out. Or, not slowly coming out, fast coming in. That'd be, hold on, if I click this guy here, we have all of these at the beginning, and that one has all of those at the end. Oh, that's why it looks funny. I see, that makes sense. The issue is, when I flipped it, it needed to flip the frames, which would be a little wonky. You pasted in chat a GIF of these principles. It may be better to understand animation in a GIF than a PNG. I've been looking at a lot of GIFs. If you could send it to me, Towak, that'd be a little bit easier in Discord. That way I don't have to flip through, because I know I'm getting sent a lot of things at the moment. But let's see. You say that and then just throw an emoji out there, show force. Force is necessary. What I'll do though, is that ease in and out. I think the best way to show it off is if you have, and I have these lines here, but I think I can just get rid of this guy. I think that might make it a little bit easier. I'll also get rid of this floor here, and then I'll zoom in, and we'll go back to the ball down here. I'll go ahead and save. We can go ahead and take our little ball guy, and the, what is it, anticipation? Also could be maybe someone kicking the ball, something like that. But as this ball is rolling, maybe even what we could do is, and I realized that it's a little wrong there, but maybe what we can have is some sort of, what is it called? Javelin? But this thing, not javelin, a little hammer, a little hammer guy here. The little hammer swings, and I'll go ahead and duplicate this guy, copy paste. This little hammer guy swings on the axis, and when it hits, and I'll go ahead and see about this, let me, and I really do have to fix those guys up there, but that's okay. I'll move this here, make it a little bit longer so I can see what's going on. But as this one's hitting here, the ball, and I'll move this back a smidge, make this guy go about here, so it looks like it's swinging, like this. And I think, as well, something's wrong with the floor. I cropped it. Hold on. If I hide this guy here, is the floor okay? We're all good on the floor? Good. Okay. Click play then. And I can go ahead and unhide this guy. The idea is that this guy hits this, and as it hits this, it sends the ball going. The ball going. And when it go, there we go. As it goes and maybe reaches about here, and what am I writing on? It should be this layer, I believe. And let's see. Shazam the wizard. Hi, welcome back to stream. Why are there axes? I hardly think that looks like an axe. That's a mallet. That's the word I'm thinking of. The mallet hits the ball. We have the ball here. The mallet winds up, hits the ball, and it sends the ball going. And that ball then goes. We can even have the ball go here, and then maybe the in-between, which would be about, let's say, hold on, here. And I wish I could get my onion skinning working. It's just weird, and I probably have to look into it. This is working. And I'll move this guy over a bit like this. And then I'll add, oops, hold on. I only want to mess with you. I'll lock you too. I think that makes it a little bit easier. But we can make this about in between here. And let's see. Okay, I did read that. And it's a spoon? You two are wild. A spoon? That's worse than, what was it? Worse than not even a ball. Oh boy. You have the mallet here. I'm thinking, again, the mallet just sits there for a second, and I mean even new frame. It sits there and it hits it. And it might even hit it and then come back from it. We'll duplicate that again, new frame. This guy stands still, and when it hits it, and I'll go ahead and grab that hit. Now copy you here. And I also think the mallet should be on another layer. So let's do that. But this guy would then maybe stand still, and doesn't look like it's hitting through. That would be anticipation. It's clearly a shovel? What? You all need to go get your eyes fixed. I think that's step one. Step one right then and there. Go get them checked out. It's imperative for our health. Then as this guy's rolling, we might even add another in between there. But the idea is that as it's going out, it's slowing and it's going faster. So that was the ease in and out. What we can do then is for this guy here, we can have a lot of in-betweens for these. This goes from here to here. I can go ahead and do a new frame and then take rid of you. We don't need you anymore. And let's make an explosion when hammer strikes ball. I don't know how to draw explosions quite yet, but that would be something, what's the word? Explosions would be a good one. That's very true. Explosion would be the hitting. I guess that would be the feedback or what comes after. And a fan, I see. If you need a hammer instead of a spoon, you can draw one for me. Are you sure you know what a hammer looks like, Toak? I'm not sure you're qualified at the moment. Your qualifications don't look too nice if I'm just being honest at the moment. We have this guy here, and then it moves, and oh, it goes back. Yeah, it's confusing me right now on the, what is it called? The onion skin. The onion skin is confusing me at the moment, but it's okay. Let's see. We have this guy here, and I just wish I knew what the onion skinning was doing. This guy stands here. As it hits, and then it doesn't go back up. It stays as a hit. I'll go ahead and copy you here. And that should be good. It winds up, and it hits. And because it starts off slow and called out, I see. Oh, you're getting a mallet? Good. More references, it seems like. And anticipation here will be the hammer going up first to gain momentum, not just going towards the ball immediately. Ah, that makes sense. In that case, then, the hammer would be, hold on, new frame here. It'd be this guy swinging, and I'll grab the ball here. I do need to separate them. I'll go ahead and grab, hold on, undo. I'll grab you, if you'll let me. And let me make sure the continuous is off, like this. And then I'll paste you here. And you here. And I'll just grab all of you. You go on different layers now. Very important. Hold on. Grab you, delete rid of you, paste you. Here, grab you, paste you. There we go. No more mallets. No longer tied down. So this mallet guy then would wind up all the way here, like this. Then if I take the thing here, like that, and then that would be the wind up, wouldn't it? And okay, I did see a smile. Indeed. Got ya. We have the whammer. The hammer, it goes here, it swings, and I think the issue is it stops right there as it's slowing down. So I think it would be more so as it starts here, right? It starts there, it's thinking about hitting it. That would be this guy, hold on, this guy here. And we can go ahead and make a new frame here. It looks at it, thinking, all right, I'm gonna hit it. And I'll move this over here. It thinks about hitting it, and then winds up, and then it slowly taps. That's a little funny. And why did you make your streams so fun to watch? You can't work on your game? Really? I appreciate it. Sometimes I feel like I don't have any direction of what I'm doing. But I'm glad they're fun. I'm learning. It's just sometimes not the most effective. Which is why I don't qualify myself as a teacher. More so of a person trying to learn something. And since we all have no idea what we're doing, we're having a fun time and also trying to learn. Both. And no direction is the fun part. That's not good. The whole point is the smidge of direction. And also the spoon. And I see the plus. Thank you. Alright, let's see. It thinks about hitting it. And then winds up. It's about to hit it. Does a little light tap. That's the idea here. Thinks about it, winds up, stops for a second, and then it taps. That's where the tap idea comes in. A little tap, and I'll go ahead and I think get rid of you. Light tap. And okay. Yeah, thinks about hitting it, but I think that freeze might not work as well as I'm thinking. It winds it up, and then thinks about hitting it, and then a light little tap. What about something like that? There we go. I think the tap would be more of a pause here, wouldn't it? Yeah, you can see it wind up, but if there's no tap, then it would be wait, wind up, and then it would be hit. So it would be these guys, like that, I think. And if I click play here, yeah, wind up, tap. And as it's tapping, then it gets sent forward. So if anything, I feel like it should go fast, right? You can't wait for the Undertale Yellow stream because then you can understand it considering you be pacifist. I'm excited for the games tomorrow. That is true. Alrighty. We have this, and I think instead the ball would get sent flying, wouldn't it? It wouldn't start off slow. That guy would hit it, and it would go everywhere. That hits, and then it gets sent. So I'm thinking instead, actually, we paste this guy here, and then, oops, paste this guy here, and it gets sent this way. All the way over there. That would be it going all over the place. And I think, why does it feel so stiff? I do have to wonder. It's interesting how there's only 2 frames, I think, for the start and the end of the ball. One spot, the other spot. It looks like it gets sent flying, but the thing is, it doesn't look like it's hitting, does it? Or it does look like it's hitting, but it doesn't look like the hammer is doing too much, which is something. I feel like, and I'm wondering as well, is it because it's not going forward, it's just coming to a complete stop? I think then, and maybe stretch the ball in between, that could work. Right now, I think it's the mallet that's not selling it for me. I think, what is it? I think, new frame. What could work is if we, oops, wrong layer here. Grab this guy, grab him. Oh, let me get the color first. Something smear I think would help certainly. And okay, I did read that. No spoon. No spoons, I tell you. I don't know where you get this spoon thingy from. Something like this. Like that. And then as it's hitting, it hits. And then I think it gets shot forward. I think that's it. This mallet would have to, hold on. As it's swinging, it swings and it goes up. And then it swings again as it hits. And now I can go ahead and do duplicate frame. Hold on. Copy. And then duplicate frame. Where are we at? Copy. Duplicate. Linked. Duplicate cells. That work? And I'll send this guy over here. Like that. And timing and spooning? No spoons here. And you lack the momentum on the hammer. If the hammer's heavier than the ball, it'll swing through the same degree. The lighter the ball, the more speed the hammer retains. If the hammer and ball are similar weight, the hammer will bounce back, and the ball needs an impact frame, where it squishes as if hitting the surface from falling. Ah, I think I get what you're saying. Right now, the hammer is winding up. It's there, and then it backs up. Oh, hold on. Where are we at? I did something wrong with the cutting. Hold on, redo. right, we go here, back up, and then we do this again. I should be able to do new frame here. Then go ahead and move you over here like this. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That feels a little better. What I think I would have to do is have the hammer, and I'll do a new frame here. As the ball is moving forward, and I'll even put it here, about here, this guy would get rotated, the hammer. Like that is what I think happens. It goes a little forward, right? As it's going back. So something like this, I think would happen. That looked a little bit more. 10 out of 10 animations, thanks. This is 100% professional up in here. Or you can do the anime trick where the screen turns black and shows the end. I've seen those before. 100%. And it should go up slowly, 6 frames, and then go down fast with the stretch effect. Do you mean the, what is it, for the hammer? I think I get that. And Senji, is that how you say it? Hi. Welcome to stream. Welcome to attempting to and sort of kind of failing to understand. But it's working. It's so slowly but surely. I think I get what you mean, though. We have this guy here, and I think the going back is the part that needs to be fixed. For example, I think instead I need to do a new frame here. Have it kind of rotated. Oh, I heard that sound. Let me pull it up here. Gummy Sammy, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow on Twitch. And in your game, instead of animating everything, you're just gonna have the screen turn black. That's just gonna be a flash warning, light warning thing. Oh, that would be funny to look at. At the very least. And welcome to the stream where we would hit balls with hammers. Yeah, a bit of croquet, if you will. I feel like something like this can work. And then it just needs to go forward. I think that's it. Either that, or I think it would need, This is what you were talking about, right, Escobar? It'll look like a slideshow. It will. You'll hear a sound effect every time the lights go out. If I go back to what you said, Escobar, lack the momentum. If the hammer is, let's see, heavier than the ball, then the ball will swing through to some degree. The lighter the ball, the more speed the hammer retains. Yeah. Oh, interesting. The lighter the ball, the more speed the hammer. If the hammer and ball are similar in weight, the hammer would bounce back. Got ya. What you're saying then is it would look like it would hit it, and then it would go up here, and then it would go back. It kind of does that, but I don't think the bounce works. I think the ball would have to change a little bit. Yeah, you were talking about that. The hammer going through. I see. I'm getting it. I had to go back and read it, but I think I get it. So it seems, and that's what I thought, it's just about thinking through it, is you have to, well, I think I heard that before earlier. Someone mentioned it, but following through on the animation. It will not bounce back if it swings through. Oh, that makes sense. Hold on. In that case, then, when I get this, you get this, right? Swing, and I think then, as this gets hit, it would touch, and then it would get shoom. Maybe even something like this, like that. And, oh, hold on. This here, and if I do this, like that, and then this guy goes here, let's see, yeah. This gets hit, it's not even there as it gets hit. It's already going. It's already going on. Something like that. Kind of, sorta, I think maybe. And this would maybe be the smear. You think the slow tap after the big swing is fun? I do too. I think it's just, you expect something to happen, but then it doesn't follow up. I feel like that's something very cartoony that would happen. Expect this really big, powerful attack, and then they just tap. I think that's how it goes. And if the ball is as heavy as a spoon, the hammer would just stop, kind of like Newton's crater. You said the hammer and the spoon, and we're just talking about how spoons were not hammers, so I got a little confused there. But if the ball is as heavy as the spoon, there's no spoon here. The hammer would just stop, kind of like Newton's cradle. I heard of that before. Let me see if I can pull it up. And that's why you should pay attention while learning movement vectors and momentum. It makes you better at animation. Yeah. Yeah, I do agree, Smedge. That's the thing. Until I learn why I need to know something, I can't really retain it. And that is right. Yeah, it makes sense. It's the thing of, well, why do I need to know this thing? Because it's important to know. I think I have to run into the problem and then want to seek out the answer instead of being told a problem and an answer. I feel I retain information better that way. Let's see. Newton's cradle. Cradle gift. I think I remember this thing. Yeah, I do. I do indeed. All right, that's a really good example. Hold on. I'll pull it up. Hammer. I knew it. Hammer equals spoon. Never have I heard of such thing. Not one bit. Don't you eat cereal with your hammer and drive in your nails with your spoon? That just sounds awful. Oh man. How dare you? I thought you weren't one of them. And what's more like a golf shot. There we go. The stick goes and gains momentum. Then it goes down at full speed. Hits the ball, the stick continues until it stops and the ball is lost. That's what I'm thinking. It keeps going. For the Newton's cradle at least, when it goes down, it hits it and it sends the other one flying. That is kind of what I'm doing, but I don't think it's working as well. But as soon as it hits, it goes. It already goes. I want to see if I can find a golf gif. I think that could be helpful. Let's see. Golf. Yeah. Here we go, there we go. Golf gif, does this work? I think so. A golf gif, big swing. Not that golf gif. Hold on, okay, this one should be good. And let me get some lemonade. I didn't want to pull in. What if I do this instead? And use a spoon as a screwdriver this morning? A spoon cannot be anything you want it to be. You all have such big imaginations. I'm telling you, it's not so. It's just in your mind. You're in a dream. Alrighty. We have the wind up. And then, oh, hold on. We have the wind up. It's going and it hits it. Maybe this is a really bad angle, but it hits it and he's still swinging. The ball launches and that swing continues. And then, yeah, okay. I think that's it. The wind up's the anticipation and then you hit it and it keeps going. I think that's it. And so hammer would just swing through completely with only slight loss of a momentum while the ball gets launched with an explosive burst. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Now that we're using the correct terms around here. 100%, the hammer. Oh man. Saying all of that, I think that is the case. Where we have the hammer here, and I'll name this hammer. Makes it a little bit easier for my mind to see it up there. Use a fork. Cease this. The next thing you know, you'll be saying you used a knife to eat cereal. Not around here. So it winds up, it moves, oh, it winds up, and then we swing, we hit, and it needs to curve. It needs to go upwards, I think. I'll go ahead and grab this guy here, and go ahead and delete. Now delete you as well, if I can. We have this guy, and then he needs to go forward swing. And also, ball should not accelerate once it launches as the acceleration happens while the hammer is still in contact. That makes sense. Kind of the wind up, so it'll be slow and then zoom. I think I get ya. We'll see. What I need to do is have it when it winds up hits, and then it needs to go forward a little bit, about maybe here, wind it a little bit more like this as it's going forward, and then have this guy go a little bit longer just so I can see it like this, like that. And then it would go back to being like this here. And then this guy would go with this guy. We stretch it out a little bit, link it. And now it looks like it's hitting it. Do you think this conversation is a bit too spoonful of a problem? Cease. Cease right this instance, I tell you. That's not how things work. Spoons are not the solution to everything. They won't, they can't be, you can't make them. Let me slide this guy over. Alrighty. So what were we saying? The ball should not accelerate once it launches as the acceleration happens while the hammer is still in contact. Got ya. And let's see. Okay, can make the ball compress slightly on the impact frame if you wanted to emphasize the transfer. Yeah, I think what we could do then is maybe as it's going here, it hits it. And instead of doing this, what we could have happen instead is do a new frame here. Maybe instead then have the ball grab you, paste you, have it squoosh like this maybe, like that. I feel like this is where smear frames would come into play. Big smear frame. It does look better. And the question is why a spoon would hit a ball? Exactly. What did the ball do wrong to the fork? You're going down a lane I can't agree to. How horrible. I think this swings, and as it's swinging forward, the ball would get squished, right? Maybe like this. And we did squash and stretch earlier, so maybe it'd be more like this as it gets hit, like that. And then maybe as it's doing this, then maybe the ball, I'm thinking, but what if we used the spring? No. No sparks. No, nothing. And hold on, let me see if I say this right. Hyung Min? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Keep your sporks out of here. And now we have a stretched ball with an axe. I can't we just agree that it's a hammer? How about a mallet even? You think it's better to squash just the part? That's what I'm thinking. Less squash, more stretch. If I go back to here, when it's getting paste, oops, hold on. If I copy this, paste it here. Hold on. Move it here. We get the squish. Oh, hold on. Oh, a little less squish. We get squish here, like this. Squish. And then after the squish, it's going to squish. Then it gets, then I think it gets stretched as it's going up. Or, yeah, okay. Ooh, that doesn't look too bad, does it? It's becoming more of a sport. Eyes checked. Go get it. I didn't know you could animate on Aseprite. You can. Welcome. Is it renounced since? Welcome to stream. And yeah, you can. I think, isn't it neat? Right now I'm working with frames. You right click up here though, and you can click new frame, and it'll give you a new frame. That's how animation works in Aseprite at the very least. Right now we're going through different frames, and the idea is that you have here the hammer. It winds up, and it winds up. It goes swoosh, hits it, and as it hits it, it goes up a little bit more. The ball gets squished, and then it gets shot zooming. And I think this is where a smear frame would come in. Right about here is, I think, where a smear frame would go. And pop the ball. It can't be popped, it's not a balloon. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Okay, I did read that. You think it's better to squash? I did read that. Okay, so an improvement, you support this. In 3 hours of ball, you don't wish to continue, you're too scared. I said this would be a ball stream. Did you not believe me? Did you think I fibbed? Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. I'm gonna do a smear. Something like, let's see, this, like that. I don't think that works. Maybe like that. Whoosh. Kind of, sorta, maybe. Though I think that length is a little too long. Maybe what I can do is make it smaller. How about that? What if I do something like this? How does that work? Kinda, sorta, maybe even smaller. What does this do? There's only one way to find out. What if I go smaller, huh? What if we atomize it? It kinda, sorta. I don't think that works though. And 3 hours of analyzing ball movement just to end up animating a spork. I'm almost at spork. The hammer is a bonus. And maybe try flattening the side that got hit instead of squeezing the ball. We can give it a try. Let's see. We start here, winds up, hits it, and we're here, hits it. And so squeezing, you heard that sound. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, Toak. Welcome to the other side. I'll go ahead and grab the ball then. And you're saying what I should do is something like this. Like that. Move this guy here. I don't think it makes too much of a difference. I think squishing it helps show off that it's getting squished. And then as it's getting squished, I think I just have to extend it. So maybe what I can do then is have this guy here, have this guy, and then new, like, I think that works. Fast and then slow, it's a snapping. I think the smear would maybe be a little bit less smeary. Maybe if I did this instead, where it is, let's say, it goes from being maybe here, and then new frame here, and then we have this guy being squished. That, kinda, sorta, and bye everyone. Thank you for coming, FML. It was lovely to have you here. And okay, I did read that. I don't like the way this looks though. I think this is fine. It gets squished, it gets hit, and there's that pause though, and I think that's what the stretch is. I think, let's say, when the ball gets scooped up by the fork. How dare you? God. Awful, terrible, 0 out of 10. How could you? Once the ball gets here, this is where I wanted the follow through to happen. Once we're here, I'll go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. I want it to have a little bit of a slimy feel. I want this guy to go sending this way, and then I want it to kind of bounce back like this, like that. And then we have the rest of these guys as the same link cells, like that. That would kind of be a little bit of the follow through, but not to that extent. I think it might be a little bit more slimy and maybe squishier would work. Let's still see. Okay, the problem in the squish is the ball being squished from both sides instead of being hit of the hit only. You like, oh, I think I get what you mean. If I go back here, let's see. If I go escape here, this here, here, we have it lined up, then we have it wind up, then it hits, and as it hits, it gets squished. It gets hit there. Maybe what we could have it happen instead is then do something like this. Like this. Hold on. Like this. Would that work a little bit better, you think? To have this guy get like that, and maybe even smaller here as it's curving in. Something like that to show off that it's being squished. Like that. It's still flat ball, but I feel like, I don't know. It feels slow for some reason. You start here, we have here, it hits, and as it hits, it gets squished, and then it shoots, and then it ends there. For some reason that feels very slow. Let me get some water. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, and I think maybe it's that line that goes over, hold on. Let me make you a little smaller, a little bit more narrow. That does look a little silly. You think the squish is too fast for the exact shape to matter? Ah, makes sense, yeah. I can barely see it. You make a very good point. Yeah, I think so. This guy then comes through. As it's going through, it then has, let's see, it goes here, and then it has this guy here. I'm thinking maybe have this here, like that. Has it going back and forth. I think if I were to want to do something even more elasticy, it might go back, forth, but it feels like this is, it comes to a straight halt. There we go. A bit flat, but okay. Maybe showcasing the contact with a hammer? Maybe. I think definitely it always is a thing if it comes down to preference. I think the hammer slowing down, or it feels like it's slowing down, doesn't it? We start here, we hold on, we wind up, hit. Ah, okay. I think getting rid of this guy here, like that. I think that's a little better. Kebab, what did you miss? Talks of non-existent spoons and the figment of imaginations of everyone. Only hammers around here. And the spoon will end up in a table in Necrotype Cafe at some point. It will not be pinned. It will be forgotten into the passage of time. Certainly. I think this works a little better. It feels faster this way. Or maybe, and I'm wondering as well, this is here, winds up, it swooshes, and it hits it. And I think that works. And then it gets stretched, and then as it gets stretched in the opposite direction. And then it gets bopped back. Maybe even what we could do is have it go back, forth. But I think that would be, what is it called, follow through? Or, let me check, double check. Follow through. Yeah, follow through overlapping, those kind of two. Which is good. Straight ahead and pose to pose action. Okay, that's good. I got all my lemonade. Alrighty, let's see. Oh, there is no spoon. Sun Tzu, probably. There is no spoon in the art of war. Not one bit. Alrighty, what I wanted to do now, since it's about 4:10, so we have about 50 minutes left. We've done a bit of animation. We didn't go over all the principles, but I wanted to try going through them, see how far we could get. Now I want to try to focus on sub-pixelation animation. That is a mouthful. And it's something I've been learning recently. I say recently, but over time. I found out about it recently. There we go, a few months ago. And the Spirit Moon, welcome to stream. Let's see, since the ball seems so pushable, maybe the hammer can continue a little more on its swing after the contact, since movement seems to stop abruptly. That's a good idea. Hold on. You might have the solution to the current problem. Instead of this hammer, what if it were, hold on, this guy, and then here, and then I do this. I grab this guy here, I move you over here, possibly like here, you think? Here? Kind of snaps back, so maybe the momentum doesn't go as much. Maybe instead it swings up, or maybe we have a little bit of a less swing, but it hits it keeps going up, and I think that snap is what's getting me. We have this guy here, it goes up, and then I think we have this guy unlink here. You paste this guy here, have it swap Or I guess that works, kind of, sorta. This works. It goes up and down. Something like that, do you think, instead? And let's see. Yeah, welcome indeed. And the spoon isn't real. Clouds from the portal city. It's all in your mind. Here we are. Let's see. It winds up. Oh, let me zoom back a little bit. Winds up. Swing. Hit. Go forward. And then it swings back. And goes to the resting. Like that. Only mallet. Exactly. See? Someone gets it. All the rest of you, spoons, knives, forks, get them out of here. And it looks nice. Thank you, thank you. This is the first time I'm trying something like this, so I'm glad it's working out. I think this is kind of follow through, but this is also, what is it called? Anticipation, because we see the hammer winding up. We expect the hammer to hit the slime. I think those work together. Alrighty. Now, sub-pixel animation. I think that's a fun topic. If I go back to this guy here, wrong one, close it, here, bug. Are you fans of bugs? Is anyone a fan of bugs around here? This is from a game called, and hold on, let me pull it up. The game is called, oh, I found it. Metal Slug. Metal Slug. I found a sprite in the game that it shows it off pretty well. This is the bug. And as you can see, it's very animated, isn't it? Let me zoom in a little bit here. It is horrifying. It is disgusting, isn't it? But what I want you to pay attention to is the fact that there's a lot of animation going on despite standing still. You see it wiggling, you see it moving. What is it doing? I'm guessing maybe it's like a lightning bug. So cute. Hold on now. We might have to have a talk. And that's no slug, the game is called Metal Slug. And it looked, okay, do that. Do you want the spoon to do that? We can use the spoon on it. How about that? And Daniel F. Ferez, Real Animation Learning. I feel like I've seen your name before. Hi, welcome, welcome. What is the mallet now? Yeah, now you want a mallet. Wow. I am sorry, you only have a spoon. What could you do with a simple spoon? But what I wanted to show off, and I think I might be able to show it off here. If I duplicate this guy, there's a lot of movement, doesn't it? Mallet on the bug, bam, squish. Only you get allowed the mallet. And also, to make the ball's bounciness continue on, you can warp a little diagonally rather than horizontally, stretching it when it gets to the point to show it's still recoiling from the hammer. Ooh, I think I get what you mean. Hold on, I want to give it a try. And then we'll go back. Do you mean here? Hold on. We have this guy, and then as it stops here, let's go ahead and duplicate, new frame. We have here, as it's getting, hold on, here, like this, and like this. Oh, like that could work, like that. It pulses, never mind. Something like that, Damien? That definitely does feel a lot better. It would probably a squash and stretch feel. But yeah, I can see it. You only understand bugs in code. Well, today you will learn the other bugs. You don't understand bugs? We can agree to disagree. Bugs, terrible. And sort of a similar principle when you do its impact frame. I go back to the impact frame. Oh, I closed it. They will definitely look at it. But I do get what you're saying. The point to when it gets to point B, yeah, it's all about cause and effect. I think that's what animation comes down to. If I go back to here, what I wanted to show off, if I can go ahead and hold on, let's just take this color, and then I'll make this guy bigger. I'll go ahead and do Control D here. I'm just gonna go through all of these, and if I make a big thing here, like this, like that, like that, like that, like that, you can see there's not a lot of animation going on in the sprite itself, right? You can see it moving, but it doesn't look like it's moving too much. But then if I hide this guy, there's a lot of movement going on, and that's because of the pixel animation. It's more about subtle movements from one part to another. And okay, I did read that. Have you played Metal Slug before? You've done the game, it's difficult? Not my type of game, just aesthetic-wise, but I also learned about it yesterday. But from what I've seen, not my type of thing, especially if this thing is in it. Especially. What we'll do is we'll grab our ball here. I'll go ahead and start a new one. I will call this file, hold on, file, save as, and this will be Pixelart Animation Study, sub-pixelation. There we go. Save. Lovely. And I'll go ahead and get rid of the ball, get rid of the loops, and go ahead and have this guy here, New layer here. We're all good to go. You like how the light just adds to the dimension? Yeah, it's playing around, I think. And that is what, again, the pixelation, this little guy here. Look at the dot, the line at least. When it starts, it's going down, stretching, and it gets a line pulled, staying the same, and goes back up and down. But it adds a bit, and it's just about that subtle bit. And it's a little hard to explain. I'm still trying to learn some pixel animation, which is why I bring you here today. And actually, I'll grab this brown. I do like this brown, so we'll use it. I'll grab this brown guy here, and I'll fill in our circle. And actually, I might make our circle, well, no, let's keep it this size. We'll go ahead and add an outline to our bowl, get a little bit of definition here, so we can animate it. Grab you and you. And let's see, the game was designed in the arcade days. Makes sense, where most games were designed to suck as many quarters as possible. Makes sense very much. You don't agree to disagree, so you disagree to disagree. You don't like the top of animation? You don't like pixel art that looks like a big image was scaled down? That's interesting. I think I have my attempt at I do. What do you think of this, Toak? This was my attempt at learning how to do subpixel animation. Back a while ago. The Frog Blink is a very wonderful classic. It's about slowing things down, from what I can tell. And I'm trying to get better at it, but I do like these guys. Let's give it a go. We have this little guy here, and those colors kind of work, kind of, sorta. I might go up here to this green here. Maybe make it a little bit this green instead, though, never mind. That might be a little bit better. Feels a little bit too white. Maybe something like that instead. Let's see. What color did I go from? I'm curious. I went from this green. Oh, I think I like this green better. Very vibrant and lovely. Got ya. So let's see. Oh, the eyes. I see. Frog blinks are wonderful, aren't they? What I want to show is this ball kind of wiggling back and forth. Slime green. Yeah, I think actually I'll make this a darker green down here. I think that would be better than having it be this other color. Then when I'm zooming out, it doesn't look very ball-like, does it? Let me do this a little bit better. Maybe make it a little bit bigger. But for right now, we'll keep this small. And let's see, fun game. Never considered the animation tricks going on with it. Me neither. Was watching a guide on things about sub animation, and I didn't think it's so neat. It's a neat trick. And let's see. Okay, I did read that. And slime green, indeed. In your image, you zoom in and you can still see the shapes clearly with the bug. I see. That would make sense. If I zoom out a little bit, let's see. When I zoom out, it definitely does lose a lot of its shading, but I can see a lot of what's going on, a lot of subtle movements. I think mine, or how many did I make mine? So many frames. I don't know. Mine has a lot of frames in it, but I tried to get the motion of transitioning for the eye blinks. Alrighty. Back here, not gonna lie, the bounciness and general movement kind of remind you of an animal as well. For the slime, do you mean? So, not the slime, the ball. I did try to make my ball very slimy. I'll go ahead and grab this guy. How might a person decide to rotate this ball? And what I think I'll do as well is maybe give this guy a little bit of shading here, like this. Maybe we can add a little bit of a shadow here, there, to make it feel more ball-like. Like that, maybe. Maybe we can add a little bit of light here, something like this, for a very shiny ball look. How about this? Does this look ball-like to you now? Maybe if I add a dot there? I like a little bit of square action for the ball. Spoon the slime. No slimes will be scooped or eaten. Okay, I did read that. Lovely. And you feel a lot of Metal Slug's arts? Yeah, that's what I mean. It's an aesthetic choice. It's interesting, and I don't want to call it weird. I like looking at it, but I wouldn't play it. I like, if you framed it in a wall in a museum, I would look at it. I think they're fun sprites to dissect. I really do. We're gonna go ahead and copy this ball, and I'll grab this ball. How might you do the ball wobbling in place if it stopped still? I grab you here, I'll move you over. We're on the floor, and I'll go ahead and we'll keep this ball. This is the ball animated one. Oops. Copy. Okay, copy paste. We'll go ahead and do a new frame, or hold on. Let's move you over here. How about that? Left and right one. They look like peas. Adorable little green peas. I'll go ahead and do a new frame here. And actually, hold on. Let me do that. Now, new frame. New frame. New layer. Yeah, No. New frame. I need new frame. There we go. With that said, maybe I can see someone trying to rotate it back and forth. Looks like it's a beating heart now. Rotating it back and forth. I want it to go side to side, kind of swaying as if it is, what is it? Swaying as if it just rested. Yeah, it rested on a spot. Maybe what you might do, and I'm thinking, one person might, keep the silhouette the same. One other person might decide to make it look like it's shifting and going up. Maybe like this, trying to make it round still. Might add this guy here. Might move this guy down here, like that. Maybe not so like that, but moving things around. And you ever watch any of Adam C. Eunice's pixel art classes? He has some good stuff. I do, and I have him in, a lot of his videos are linked in my pixel art, playlist. He has a lot of good topics, and whenever I'm looking for topics, I can usually find a lot of informational videos on his channel. I do enjoy his stuff. Let's see. What I want to happen is this guy stays still. It wobbles to the left. I want it to look like it's shifting. And the issue with subpixel animation is that, or not the issue, the reason you use it is for something more subtle. And truthfully, I think I would, if I want the ball to look like it's wobbling, I might not even do the outline. I think what I would do, this is the first instinct I would do, is I would take a new frame, like that, and I might try to make this move side to side. I might have this guy go up here like this, have this guy moved here, and I might just flip it. Yeah, let's flip it. I think that works. Copy this guy here. Oh, hold on. H. Flip it. Bring you back over. Click play on here. And that is your flip. How would you do it going back and forth? Keeping in line here. That's the animation. And good news, you can't sleep. Welcome, Zach. Welcome. And you mean the valid pixel art technique, you just don't prefer it. Yeah, makes sense. To each their own. Not a lot of everything's for everyone, but now we're on to sub-pixel animation, Zach. That's what we're on. And I think I might have to make this ball a little bigger. I think it's a little too tiny for what I want to accomplish. We're gonna go just a smidge bigger. I say and then double it. Just a smidge bigger. And then shift O, inside. Here we go. Alrighty. A little bit bigger, so hopefully I can show you what I'm trying to get at. I'll make this guy a little smaller. Add the edges that we had before, like this. Oh, hold on. Here. And let's see if I can get what I'm getting at. The thing is, for me at least, when I'm thinking about subpixel animation, I don't know I need it until I think about it. But I'll give it an attempt at showing what I mean. We have this guy here for the lighting, and then this guy might be here for a shiny ball. Actually, I'll move this guy about here, and here, and here, like that. I think that works a little bit better. It's a bigger one. Now go ahead and grab you, remove you. Reminds me of a slime pearl, that's what I'm thinking of. We have this guy down here, we have that ball there. Now go ahead and copy you here, and copy you here. There we go. And if we want to rotate it, how would you rotate the ball going back and forth? You might, I'm thinking, maybe with shifting to the side a little bit, make it look like it's teetering back and forth. And Metal Slug may have some limitations of the tech at the time, but today all you can think about is if you're going to add all the details, might make it pixelated then? Definitely a style, but I do agree. So, well, sometimes it's not sometimes. It is the style. Usually people who want to do things of that nature, style. It's all about that style points. I might rotate this guy back here, and it looks like it's vibrating a lot, doesn't it? We might bring it back down here, new frame, and then I'll have this guy, new frame, move here, and then I might have these move to this side here. Something like this might make it look like it's rotating back and forth, like that. We go from back and forth, but it looks very stuttery. Can we smooth this out? That's where subpixelation might come in. And the shadows can follow the curve of the ball in the frames between flips to add the jiggly back and forth feel. I agree. And fixing the shadows will definitely help. And let's see, principle 13. Make it vibrate. That's how you know it's working. And that's the thing, you move colors around to illustrate movement. That is exactly animation, yep, 100%. And if you additionally make them a little wavy, it looks extra jiggly. We are going for not a jig, well, I mean, jiggly is always fun. I always enjoy a bit of a jiggly ball. Let's see, we go from normal to being, oh, hold on. We start here, and then we move here, oh, here, 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 and here. I just realized I moved them a little wrong. Let's move this guy over here. as he's being moved back and forth. And then it's going here, and then this guy gets moved here. I'm just trying to figure out a way to rotate it and might move something like that. So now it looks like it's going back and forth. Isn't that neat? That would be subpixelation. Not at the highest, but that's how you might move it back and forth. Trying to show the point. If I do, and I'll also, hold on, I'm trying to think. If I duplicate this, and I can go ahead and drag this guy up. I always found subpixelation to feel like magic. So I really do want to get better at it. I feel like it'll help make my art great. And I'm excited to learn, 100%. This guy doesn't look like it's rotating a little bit more, the top one versus the bottom one. Let me zoom up a little bit. Which one do you think feels smoother? They both still feel a little jittery, but the top one versus the bottom one, what would you say? Let me grab some water as well. Here we go. I feel like the top one shows it's rolling a little bit more. And maybe that could also just be because it looks like a shadow. And I'm curious to see, any understanding helps with art? 100%. It's a slow process thing. You learn the more you learn, the better you get. And I think maybe what we can do is, and I want to see if this does work, I want to add more to the edges here to show that it's rolling. As it's going towards the left, it's turning that way. And then as it's going towards the right, what do you think? Kind of looks like a little worm that's coming towards you. An angry little man. Hold on. There we go. Nah. I can't unsee it now. He's just a little guy. Just an angry little guy. But he's just a little guy nonetheless. And let's see. The pixel sliding on the top one show a little shadow, more drag, and interaction with the surface. Ah, that makes sense, yeah. It looks a little more wobbly. And that's what we want. We want a little bit of to look like it's back and forth rotating. And you have to go eat. Thank you for coming, Toak. Don't give up on the spork. No sporks. I can't give up if I never tried. And gotta get back to your stuff. It's been fun. Good luck learning. Thank you, Cod. Thank you for coming along. It's been a delight, especially with your insight as well. I do agree though, it looks slower, like a little bit more traction. With that said, what next we can do then is as it's rolling this way, we can then, what we did before, but add a little bit of movement maybe here. Hold on. Like here, here, and here. Like that. Have it curl a little less away, maybe more like this. Like that. That does look a little silly. It reminds you of the old Noika bounce with the red ball. Never heard of that one before. I might have to look at it and hashtag no spork. None. Never. Not in this house. And it's so it has so complicated sounding name, and it's just moving pixels around. Yeah, it's just a little wiggly vibration is what I like to see it as. And you'll have to say hi to a streamer, and now we have a ball with a face. Wait, no, it's gone now. Indeed. And it froze for a second. You leave for just a smidge, and it's all going to ruin. It's basically moving pixels on moving the actual model to show movement. Yeah, that's what it is. Just about. Yeah, 100%. It's trying to smooth it out in Pixelart. If I move this a little bit more like that, maybe it might look. This isn't even sub-pixel animation. That's when you do it's halfway in between. And we'll get to that. What I want to try to do right now is attempt to show the ball curving. That's my attempt at the moment, to show it kind of curving side to side. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. Something like this. And then if I go ahead and do this guy, oh, hold on. I go ahead and copy you, oh, what is the, oh, I see, hold on. Wrong layer. It would be this one, this guy down here. Got ya. Alrighty, this layer. There we go. Now we should be good to go. I should be able to now take my wand and maybe try moving the light. We're getting to that. I gotta wrap that up like this, and maybe moving it up here like this, like that, maybe. You'll be showing it going from here to here, and then it would go back to normal as it's flopping around, and then back to the basics. Let's see. We stand still, we go up, and we want it to go left. That's the idea. Stand still, up, and then we go to the, and I think I did the, hold on, I think they did the rolling wrong. We go up as we're rolling to the right. So it should not go left, it should go right. Let me go ahead and grab ya. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna hide you. I keep going on the wrong layer. Where are we at? Here, here. Okay. Here, here. This is where having layers is very important, but knowing what those layers are, also very important. I wanna grab you. Who's where? This is the one that's new. Okay. And this is for this ball. Okay. This is the top ball. Top. There we go. Names. Very important. And let's see. I did read that. And the light thing, you should also move and wiggle a little. Yep, yep. That's been moved. And you can leave for a second or you don't understand your life anyway. All things happen for a reason. Can I paste this? No. Okay. This here. This is top. This is bottom. Let me move this guy. If I toggle this, yep. And on the bottom, I have the top guy. This guy here. There we go. And I paste you on the top. Now you should be the correct layer. Okay. We're all good to go now. And I want this guy, as this guy is going from normal, it's rolling to the left. I need this to let's say, this is fine. It's rolling to the left, and then it's going back to the right, and then it's going back to the left. That's more, I think that would be more than like this, right? Something like this. Something to the left and right. It starts here, it rolls up, and it rolls back down. I think this works a little bit better. And maybe try, I did read that. And let's see, I mean Bobby's kind of half ball shaped. How dare you? At least the head, and you can say the eyes are half of a simple face, so is a ball with a face truly gone? He is not a ball, right? He's beautiful. Beautiful indeed, eh? I think this works more maybe with showing some pixel animation. We have the first one, second one. How would you show this more subtly transforming? You could definitely do more. What you might do maybe then is have that in between there. If I go ahead and do new frame, have this working halfway. If I click this, it should be in front. There we go. You might do, and let me make sure I'm at the bottom, and also have the bottom selected. There we go. And this guy here, we might do something like the issue is, you can see here, I'm only shifting the pixels by 1, and there's no really in between with those changing with 1. This is where sub-pixel animation would come in handy. If it were shifting by 2, then you could do it in between with 2. And by 2, I mean, if the second frame was something like, hold on, like this, where it's 1 to 2, now that there's 2 here, now I can add an in between where it's this color here, hold on, which adds a bit more movement. But because it's 1 to 1, that's where sub-pixel animation could be nicer to use. So saying that, we have the first guy here, and I'll go ahead and give this guy a try. How you do sub-pixel animation, and I always find it really neat. We have this guy here, this guy that moves up, and this guy. And I'm wondering if I want this shine to move up. Oh, hold on. We have the shine here, we have it there. I'm thinking it might slide a little less. We have the top guy here. All right. We have normal, top, normal. Okay, yeah. That guy gets moved. This makes sense. This is fine. Okay. What we will do then is new frame. And what you can do is you grab one of the darker colors, or darker or lighter. I don't think it does matter sometimes. Again, I'm still learning this. You take the 50-50. So I'll just do 50% opacity, just about eyeballing it. Put it on the green to grab that color. Okay, I did read that, and that's better. Now, do you want to ask why we have a ball just gliding around sliding? I don't know if you do, Samuke. And did you just describe movement? Oh, okay. Sliding, yeah, that is movement. And then what I can do here is, oh, hold on. Where are we at? This guy here, to this guy here, and then it goes back down here. Okay. This guy here, I think it's always the lines that get me caught up. For example, if I do this, that, okay. Hide. We go from here to here, here to here. Yeah, okay. Should be right. This guy here, I can go ahead and do few lines changing. Something like that maybe, and hold on, let me click play. You would add 50, 50, 50, 75, 25, depending on the slow turn. That's what I'm trying to accomplish right now. The issue is the lines aren't the way I thought they were. So I'm gonna go have to grab this here, move it here, 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 and here. Something like that instead. But then it doesn't move. Okay, so it does move by 1. Okay, hold on. I'll go ahead and use you. All of you, oops, all of you get moved like that. So we go from having this here that being there, that being left there. Yep, okay. It's turning from one color into the other. That's the idea here. It's a transition between the two. I think I might be able to show it better if I do... how can I do that? Okay, here. I'll do this a little bit better. I'm trying to explain it, but it might not be the nicest. I'll say some pixel animations, definitely. It's something you have to see to wrap your head around. So I'll try here, just to show what I'm trying to get at. We have one here. Oh, hold on. White dot here. In this frame, let me zoom in. This frame and a new frame here. We go from here to moving here. And usually, this is how the frame would work. And if I make a file, save as, new, not new, Pixelart, study, sub, here, like this. I'll go ahead and copy these guys and duplicate them, if it'll let me. There we go. And this will be our new tag, and this is sub pixel. There we go. And maybe you could slow down the preview, it may help. Oh, that's true. How do you do that? I'm still, is it here, up here when you search up, when you right click? Speed up, slow down. Would that be slowing down the preview, you think? I think, perhaps. Right now it's going back and forth, 1 and 2. Oh, hold on. It is not. We start here. Like that. And what we want is it not to feel jittery. And right now, because it's just beside each other, you can't really do that. So where subpixelation would come in is finding out a way to add a transition in. And you have no clue? No worries. What we want is we want to show off, we want to show off that this square here is turning white. And we want to show that our white square is turning gray. And usually, and I say usually, but I've only done it a few times, I'll go ahead and do a new layer here. What that might look like is that we have this white here, and we have the gray at the end. This would be the 50% about here. This would be about probably the 75%. And I'd say this is probably 25%-ish. That's 4 colors. And I'll go ahead and just copy paste here and move these guys here and link cells. So then what I can do here is for this color, I'll start here where it's towards the gray, and I'll put this guy here. And then when I do a new frame, I can do this guy moves towards going white, and this white moves towards going gray. Or, hold on. This white moves towards going gray, if it'll let me. Go gray. I think I might have to type it in. But you can already see it's kind of fading back and forth. I think because of the way I did it, I might have to... Yeah, hold on. New layer. New layer. New layer. Down here. Let me see if I can... It won't let me grab the gray, which is fine. I'll do this gray then. Like this. There we go. And I might do a darker gray then. Something like this. And then we have dark gray. How about that guy? There we go. This to this. That works better. And then I can go ahead and merge you down. Works far better. All right. So we start here, and we're ending up here, this last guy. And back from the little gaming section. Welcome back, Lusk. And you're just now wondering how you've been drinking water. Gotta hydrate. I have indeed. My water bottle's about halfway, but I don't definitely drink as much as I do for regular programming. So what we can do now is take the beginning, which is, hold on, this guy here. The beginning, and this would be the end. And if I grab you, where are we at? You're getting copied. You're getting moved here. We're deleting all of you guys. Takes some setup, I can say that. Copying you. There we go. Pasting you here, like this. And then, where are we at? So properties, I can link you. All right, as I was saying before, it is, like I said, a process. We have this guy here, and let's just do this guy here. This should be a little bit easier. And then what I can do is, new frame, The idea is that you have 2 colors you want to transition between. This guy and this guy. If I click play, right now it blinks. We don't want it blinking. We want it slowly fading in and out. And that's where the subpixel animation would come into play, where you're trying to merge the two, showing that it's not that fast. Or, yeah, it's not that fast. It's subtle. And just trust the process. Yeah, that's what subpixel animation comes down to. Praying broadly, please give me thy intelligence to understand what the dot is doing. The dot is moving. That's what the dot's doing at the moment. It's moving back and forth, or it's moving between the light. I'll go ahead and... Actually, you know what? You are right, you are right, Samuke. Let's do it this way. I think this will be a little bit easier to understand. There we go. Moving like this. How about that? Trying. It's a learning process. Let's see. Okay, I did that. It's moving from here to here. And if I click play, you can see left, right, right? That one sentence made it all clear. Did it! you just saying that to be kind? You're not real anymore. Oh, you got real? You don't know, huh? And is that grayscale Minecraft Firefly? It could be. And the dot is moving between the light. It is dodging like no tomorrow. What pixelation is good for is that, and I'm wondering this now, it'll probably be easy. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just don't like this background color being this color. New layer. There we go. I'm gonna fill this in. It only really works if I do this like that. There we go. That's what I was looking for. If it'll let me. This guy here. There we go. If I slide you here, copy you here, paste you here, do this, link cells. Now why is this guy unlinked? If I go ahead and move you here, drag you out like this, that'll work still. All right, wiggly line, that is what we're doing. And we want the line to go back and forth, but we don't want this sudden. Because the two pixels are beside each other, you can't really do, this is as slow as an animation as you can get between them going back and forth, which is why you use sub-pixel animation. And to do that, what I'll do is I'll fade them back and forth. This is 100%, which is the white, and then this is 0%, which is the gray. And you're tired, you don't have to work tomorrow, you have college tomorrow, and here you're watching a dot move. It's the smallest the ball can get. Smallest the ball can get indeed. What we can do then is if I make a new frame here, we have the white. This white will go down a layer, and this black will go up a layer. And by doing that, you can kind of see it already looks like it's fading and going faster. Then I can do another frame here. If I do this, I'll again move this one more to the right. This guy will move more towards the left. And then I'll do another frame here. This one's going to go more towards the right. This one goes more towards the left. And then this one should go more towards the right. Or that should be it, I think. Let's see. It goes from here, and it should go 5 times. We start here, we go here. Yep, 2, 3, and then 4, and then we turn gray. Yep, that's that. And I believe now, if we can go ahead and ping pong, like this. Kinda looks like it's moving now, doesn't it? It's a slower moving dot. That's the idea behind subpixelation, where it looks like it's going left and right. You could even go even more in between these. The idea is that you do this a lot for pixels, and then it looks like a very slow movement. And I can show you here as well, I think, for my, not this one, stay very far. Here for the frog blink, you can see eyes are open, one eye goes down, and I go 50% or about halfway where the eye is, and then I move it down. The idea is that you're going slowly to show something more subtle than going very fast. And even if you look at the this wonderful demonstration right here, things are being moved just slightly and in line to show subtle animation, subtle movement. Where we have a line here, and if you follow that line, it goes up. Oh, hold on, yeah. These 2 dots are that halfway point between the lines moving. Between this line and this line. This line's moving up, this line's moving down, and it makes it look like it's wobbly without doing too much movement. And this is a dot moving, how is that animation? The best of the best. And you're learning about animation, indeed. And you wonder why you can't sleep. Proceeds to stare at blinking pixels. Yeah, that's about it. That's the idea behind subpixel animation. I really wish it, like I said before, it takes a little bit of time to get better at. But the idea is that you do a little bit at a time. And usually, from what I've heard, is you don't want to do it on the outline. So if we go back to the ball idea, you wouldn't want to have 50% on the outside when it's wiggly. You would want to have, for example, maybe 50% on the inside to show that it's slowly, subtly changing. If I go back here and we it'd be this guy here, and we want to transition to the other guy. And hold on, let me go down there. Kind of like smear frames, but not quite. Smear frames is you're going from, let's say, hold on. Smear frames is, new layer. You're going from one spot, and then you're going to the next. So you have a start and an end. For, if you've done anti-aliasing with art before, if I do this guy here, if you do rounded, and let me go ahead and drag this guy here, you might do those 2 colors there for what anti-aliasing and anti-aliasing. That's like these are different topics when it comes to Pixelart. I really do wish I had more time to explain it. I think I might go over that way. I can slow down a little bit. For anti-aliasing, The idea is that you're trying to blend two parts together. And with subpixel animation, it's anti-aliasing animation. Let me see if I can find a little bit of a better example. Instead of me trying to draw it out, it might be easier for me to just point it out. I should have something somewhere here in my in my repertoire, in my bank of resources that I can show off. And that might be easier to see. I think it takes a lot of time digesting and trying to get to know and doing yourself. This bit of animation definitely is advanced, and as you can see, you can struggle with it, and that is an interesting technique. It is, and welcome to the stream as well, Doppelkaku, is that how you say it? Welcome. And yeah, it's advanced. Kind of hurts the head a little bit, but the more you look at it and the more you learn about it, I think it's really neat. I truly do. And look guys, chat, there's Danny, YouTuber who's gone, like 3 years, come back. The day you understand this, gets a notification. All the knowledge of the stream pours in your brain. I see. Oh man. What is it? Anti-aliasing. Usually you would use anti-aliasing if there's a step somewhere. If there's 2 lines here, 1 line here, you might put anti-aliasing down here. It depends on the person. I might choose to put anti-aliasing around some of these edges of the ball to make it rounder. What I might do is move this guy, oops, wrong color. Move this guy here. It might be 50% here. That's kind of a step where it's not 2. I wouldn't put any anti-aliasing here. I might decide to put an anti-aliasing here and here because they're merging down. That guy might go there. This guy might come here a little bit. And you can kind of see it already starts to add a little bit of subtle movements, doesn't it? I haven't even done the subpixelation bit yet. But just adding those halfway points to blend in things. So the idea behind subpixelation is that you're blending. You're blending a lot of colors on that one single pixel instead of trying to move the pixel. You're messing with colors. You're animating with colors, not lines, is what it feels like. Instead, this is just, 3 frames? But it feels like it's slowly moving, doesn't it? If I go back here, we might have that guy there, that guy there. I think that works. And for this guy, these percents are shades of color. Is that percents or process of shades of colors? If you could elaborate a little bit. I think I get what you're saying though. Let me merge this down a little bit. Like this. I might have this guy up here just for the end bits. And then might do this, and this. And then maybe, no, it doesn't feel very curvy, does it? So I'll keep it like this. Right. And then from there, you might decide to even do something like that. Or then you could do something, oops, like that, where it might be anti-aliasing, just slowing the slow curving of the ball. Might be here, like this. And I'm trying to add a curve is the hope of the game here. Something like that. And then I can put anti-aliasing around these edges like that to kind of show a curve. And then as this is moving, it might move that way. And if it's moving that way, this is this first ball here. We have this here, and then we have this here, and this would be the in-between. As that's turning, I'll go ahead and I will grab all of you here, and I'll get rid of you. That way we don't have the lines there. Percent, and please do not try to correct your English. You have no respect for this language. I don't blame you. But just about, yeah, this would be something I would compare to math, where you have 100%, you have 0% of a color. You have the colors mixing together. You start at the beginning, which is your 100%, and then this might be your 0% if you're trying to transition from green to white. And then this would be your 50%, this would be your 25, and this would be your 75. And then what you would do is you would take about 50%. It's not exact. You can be exact, but it doesn't have to be. That's about 50% if it were on white. This would be about 75%, and then you would take the 25%, and then you would transition these colors back and forth on one single pixel to try and transition. It's about transitioning with colors instead of movement with lines, which I find neat, but it is a little tedious depending on what you know. I might have to do a stream on anti-aliasing. That's definitely a topic I want to get better at, as it's tricky. It is definitely something you slowly have to grasp and learn more about, as it's something. Anti-aliasing is about smoothing, and then, yeah, anti-aliasing is about smoothing. Subpixel animation is about smoothing animations. So they work hand in hand. I do like them. It's just a little tricky at times to understand. For example, this guy might come here, and I'm wondering if I can just paste you for now. There we go. It doesn't move anymore. I'll go ahead and do a new layer then. Paste you, oh, hold on. Copy you here, like this. Paste you here, just so I can see if I can get the guy rolling. I'll go ahead and slide you there, like that. And then I want to tilt you. That was the whole point of this here, is that it starts here, it goes straight up, and then it goes back. And it's going up and down. Back and forth rotation is the idea behind it. Here, back up, and then down. Up and down, bolt. And then if that's up, I did this so it looks the same. Yep. Let's see here, here. Yep. But that guy would be unmoved, I think. Like that. Yeah. Okay. That's good. This guy comes to the side, and then I do the rounding. That's what I wanted to do. So I'll go ahead and merge this down and say, scary term isn't scary anymore, yay. Now please continue the ball business. It's a whole industry at this point. It's something, I can agree. I might make this guy then something like this. So this is the start and stop. I might round it out here. I might bring this guy up here, what we had. I just want to make sure I'm mentally tracking things. It might turn to this, and this guy might be like that, and then this guy might come up here to be something like that instead, and then this guy would be here with these two lines as they're going up. You might even do this, but some people don't like doing it since it's one up, one down. You would save it more for when there's two lines kind of merging together. It's what is the word? A line. Kind of like a line. If you can do this, and hold on, let me do this so I can show it a little bit better. Like that, and then let me clip it here. Like this. Grab you, and I'll bring you into pure rough. Try to explain a little bit better what I'm thinking. Like that. And then if I grab the draw here, lovely. This is a very smooth line. It's not required or anti-aliasing. You wouldn't tend to do it there. But this line is not smooth at all, is it? So you would add anti-aliasing so that these tips are touching. In this case, you would add a mixture or anti-aliasing pixel there to smooth everything out. And sorry, you're confused about what you're animating right now. Left and join back, you're confused? No worries. Right now, I'm trying to do a ball subtly rotating back and forth. That's the idea behind it. I'm trying to accomplish that with sub-pixel animation. This here would be where you would put an anti-aliasing block. That's what I'm trying to think of when I'm putting down the lines. None of this would be, because all these tips are touching the one line, not needed. But for something that's a little more curved like this, you would add a block here to blend everything a little bit better together. If I go back here to Aseprite, you see, thank you. Of course, if you don't understand it, please let me know. I'm trying. I'm trying to get better at explaining things since it helps me understand things a little bit better. That's why here I have lines for when it's halfway, because I'm trying to think to myself, all right, if these two lines, is there an arrow that can go through? If I go back here and I just copy that guy, we go back into pure F. Oh, hold on. You can see here if I click paste, I grab our ball. I'm trying to think about lines here. And if I go ahead and do new draw, and I grab red here to make things a little bit easier to see. I'm trying to think about the lines touching. This kind of works, kind of sort of doesn't. And it comes up to preference, but you can see why I tried to do what I did, because all of these three now touch. It kind of smooths it out. That's what it's about, blending and smoothing. You might take these two here that blend now together. If it was here and here, that also works too. Again, it just comes off to what you think would work as a preference. I add one here. This can go like that. If you wanted to go more of a line like this. It's lines and trying to imagine lines, and it's a thing of trying things and seeing if you like it. And if you don't like it, and wondering why, and it's a lot of trial and error, I'd say. Right now, it's a thing of feel. So it's a little hard to explain for me, but I'm hoping the more I do this, the better I can explain why I think something might feel different. Instead of just thinking something feels wrong, why does it feel wrong? Because it looks so and so way. That's the hope at the very least. So I'll go ahead and take this guy here, and when it's rotating to the right a little bit, these guys get moved. I might then add that mixture that we had before. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here. I'll then grab this guy here, and it might be moved here. This guy might go here and here and here, might be rotated around. And then this guy might be moved there, and that might work. Rotating back and forth. I think this is fine. I tried to smooth it out a little bit. And then from there, You might even add this here and here, here, like that. And again, you can go really in depth, but when I zoom out, does it look rounder? Not, oh, is OBS okay? Oh no. Hold on, let me copy this. Undo. Are we good to go? Or did it cut out? Let me double check. Okay, Twitch seems to be okay. YouTube, how are you doing, YouTube? YouTube's good? Lovely. I think we're all good to go. Yep, always good to go. Lovely. I can never tell if the thing popped up. What I wanted to say was, this is without the anti-aliasing, right? And then this is with the anti-aliasing. Can you kind of tell a better difference when I show them side by side? If I do it over here, hold on, like here, and I zoom out, this one looks spiky, right? Compared, at least on the outside, kind of like has a spiky outside compared to this one because I smoothed it with the anti-aliasing. Despite it being a round circle, the fact that I added those little dots kind of helps smooth it out. And that's what anti-aliasing is supposed to be good for. I kind of don't do it here. The idea is that you just slowly smooth things out so that when you're looking at it from further away, it doesn't look the same and it looks rounder and smoother. That's what I'm trying to accomplish at the moment. Let's say I'll go ahead and move this guy back over to here. I want to try to make this a little smoother here. Maybe that would work a bit better. Something like that. And then even maybe like that to show off, hey, more light's coming from this top area here. Like that maybe. And this guy might come over like that. Or it goes from here, here. I think a little less over here can help as well. Something like that could work maybe. And again, that does not look like a circle, does it? It looks very lumpy. It's about figuring out and okay to do that. Trying to unlump it. I might and then agree to do this maybe. Does this look round? Does this look flat? I can kind of unpause here and look at it from further away. And again, not again, but it helps to do this as well, to get it from different angles. Flipping helps. Flipping helps a lot. I wanted to try to add a round feel to the circle. That's what I'm trying to do at the moment. Something like, let's see, this maybe. It's not going to be a perfect circle, which is okay. And that's the thing with animations as well, where you don't, and every frame doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be convincing. And that's what I'm trying to do at the moment. Have a convincing looking circle that goes back and forth. And I think this is good. I think this works a little bit better. I'm gonna move this over more. Be a little more subtle as it's showing up. You have this here and it moves back one. Might do this instead. So it's kind of turning around, forward and backward. And I think that works a little more. I might even add this guy here, like this and that. Show a little bit more curving inwards, I think can help. And then if I'm looking at this guy here, kinda sorta, it's slowly coming together, I think. From here though, we now would work on the sub-pixel animations where we'd go from the step 1 to step 2, which is doing those little halfway points to mix everything in. And it looks like it's screaming with those lines. I have no voice, but I must scream. Hold on. There you go. Look at him. Isn't he adorable? You want screaming though. There we go. It now screams. And you suggest you go look at the original Bounce game. For now, it's 11 p.m. You've been awake since 5 a.m.? That's crazy. Thank you for coming, Smudge. I will be ending stream hopefully shortly. It's 5 now, the usual time I end, but I want to try to get the anti-aliasing bit done. But all the same, thank you for coming up. It's always a delight to have you. Even if, you know, you do say some things time. Such as sporks and spoons, but it's okay. We can accept these faults. And the true form of Bob. You know, to do Bobby, all you'd have to do was just, round it out a little bit. And then you have his head. So I'll go ahead. And now the tricky part comes in because my onion skin's not working correctly. I'll have to mess with those settings. It just feels off. But I try now to do the in-between on those guys. For example, that's 50-50. So what goes where in that transition? This guy to this guy. If I click my onion skin again, you can kind of see it's everywhere. These guys wouldn't get transitioned because they're the outline. We try to keep those not on the outline. Let me scroll down a little bit to make things a little bit easier. And I'll also, as well, grab this green and the mixture of the green color. Now let's see. I'm looking at this is where, as I said before, I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm trying to say, you go here and you go here, and then you go here. Okay. Yeah, hold on. This 4, okay. For now, I'll remove this guy, just so I can see a little bit clearer. Going from left to right, I might grab this guy here, and if I'm looking at this, we go from a lot to a little. That guy, all of that might fade. It might go to if I grab this guy here, I'm thinking all of this light green is the green I'm looking at. I might then do this guy here like this. All this gets colored to the other green like that. And then, yeah, kind of, sorta. Matter of trying to see. Yeah, that fills in to about that color. And then as we move, this also then shifts a little bit. So that guy goes up. You can kind of see that one dot there. If I go back to this here, this guy gets moved back. And then what I would do is grab this here, go back to the 50, click that down, get that color, which is the color we had. So I'll keep it. And then as we move this over, where are we at? When this gets moved over, it turns into this color. Yeah, it gets halfway and it shifts over. And it kind of, you just gotta go back and forth with doing the subpixel animation. I might continue this off stream and try to post it afterwards, since so for some pixel animation at the very least, it can go a while, 100%. It can just, it can take a lot of time, and it's fun, the end result, but it definitely, you just gotta slowly build up. That's why I think, if anything, this is probably a better example since it's 1 pixel. But imagine doing this process for all of these pixels. It would take a second, wouldn't it? But I think I will end it here and try to do it and finish it either today or tomorrow. I think this might take a second or two. Well, saying that, did any of you participate in the study? If you did, or if you don't know where to go, I will link it back here. 4 hours of ball. I did it. I wasn't sure I would be able to do it, but it's somehow, some way. Let's see, where did I go? Up here, if I go ahead and drag this guy, and I go ahead and drag it to here. Let me check to see if any of you have done the study on Discord. Nope, I don't think so. Let me double check the art as well. Nope, we're all good then. Lovely. And 4-hour ball and mallet stream. Thank you. Someone gets it. Good. Saying all of that though, let me bring you back to just chatting. So this has been the animation stream. A bit of a doozy, a little bit confusing, and I'm hoping the better and more I do this, the better I'll understand things, and you draw beautiful balls. Thank you. I'm not a big sports fan, but I try. This is a bit of a doozy. I definitely do hope to do more animation study streams, since hopefully the more I do it, the better I'll get, and therefore the better I can explain, the better people can understand, or the better people can explain to me, so I can understand. And it was an axe, not a mallet. Samuke? We need to have a talk. Saying all of that though, if you come tomorrow, I will be playing Undertale Yellow, which is a fan game of Undertale. That'll be fun. I'll be trying to get better at my voice acting skills. Next week, what we'll be doing, as terms of Pixelart study goes, we will be learning how to animate wind and swooshes, probably to do with a sword or something. That's why I previously worked on weapons, and today we worked on animation. So we can animate a weapon swooshing with its attacks. Could be a lot of fun. And was a great stream. Lovely. Always great to hear. And don't stress, just roll with the flow. Exactly. It's bit by bit. Can't expect to be perfect at everything the first try. And you know what? For what it was, I give myself a pat on the back. But I will be going now and playtime with Percy stream. No. Ask me around next year Halloween. Oh, this year Halloween. Most likely. That's just too scary. And she's easing in and out. I'm fading into the void. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you all sometime soon. As I know, it would be ease out, ease in, ease out.